You can't dump something that big at that speed.
If you drop it, you got to be careful. You got to get up on top of it and ride it. But you know, on a high-speed deal, a lot of those things, they what the hell's the word for it? High side them.
Yeah.
Bike will flip like that. Can throw you right up in the air.
Can get ugly really fast.
Yep.
How are you this evening? Okay, Joe, how are you?
Oh, hi.
Hi, how are you? I haven't seen you. This coffee's good. You did a great job. Of course, you had a lot of good help.
I did, but it was the water that counted. Yeah, Daryl and I teamed up. And it came out delicious.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
Well, I was getting mad about the hard time because he's sitting over there with his earphones on and everything. I said, "What else coffee? You drink it all the time. Why don't you make it?" So then we made it all. We walked away. I go back to get some, and he's there getting it. I said, "You're a hell of a guy. You take the first cup, but you won't make it." Oh, is that what they call that? Do you think he outranks me? Are you saying he outranks me?
Of course.
Matt Santos?
Radio celebrity. What are you? You're the council person.
He's bigger than me. I'll give him that much. Good. What do you on? That got you so wired. Oh, I thought you were wired up. Hey, I got my letter, the copy of that decision from the magistrate.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And my daughter came down and picked up my mail yesterday. She was going out grocery shopping and that. And I said, "Stop by the town hall." I had showed her a couple times where it was. So I hardly leave the house anymore. Well, they're working on it, but I don't have to leave my house with her around. See, she goes to grocery shopping and goes out, picks up the mail. So,
Yeah.
but I started going to Marco, up locally in town here. He's done better than Cocopelli did. After 2.5 years, Cocopelli, it was just a routine. Collect your money and turn you loose, right? That's Ham, yeah, Mike Ham.
I walked in to get an exam because I couldn't get any work fast enough and I had a really tight time frame. And he didn't even notice the fact that I had present on my prescription. And he almost became prescribed the results that would have been mine.
And that's exactly one of the problems I had. I told him, I said, there's something, if I'm watching TV and I close one eye, the vision of the screen is up here. Then I close the other eye, and now the vision's up here. And he poo-pooed the whole thing, gave me a prescription, and nothing. I told Marco about it. He said, "Oh, so he puts two horizontal, yeah." And he says, "Tell me when they're aligned." Okay, good. Okay, now how about these? Right there, good. Oh yeah, he said, "You need prism in there." So he put them in. Now these are the pair of glasses from his prescription. And they got a whole difference.
Be careful with the prism. Every time they have to decrease the prism, ask him about maybe going and see a specialist. Because if you keep looking, increasing the prism, after a while, your brain just gets high and it puts That's what happened to me.
Again, they they can't do any more surgery on me. I got surgery. Most of the surgeries I
Well,
can
this
get.
surgery isn't on the eye itself. They literally realign it, attach the eye from the muscles, and they realign the muscles.
Hey,
and they realign
I don't care. You're gonna shake my hand
My
again?
grandson just had the surgery too.
Must be hereditary, huh?
Yeah. And he also has Dwayne syndrome. He has a
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Oh, sure. He's missing his sixth nerve, so he has his eye literally to the outside. And that caused the other problems he was having, so the doctors. So now when he looks at you, it's, in order to see you, look at you, it's this.
Yeah, see, I didn't have the thing where I noticed the most was watching TV. You know, and obviously my eyes were straining to try and compensate. And you know, after a while, my eyes would get tired as hell. And so he's fixed it. It's made a big difference.
You may not believe, I don't know, people who have that.
At my age, how many more
I don't know if
prescriptions
that's
can I
the
have?
business or not.
No, I got rid of him because I wanted to get a prescription, an examination, a new prescription. And the girl calls me up and says, "Oh, Mr. Woods, you just remind you got a meeting tomorrow or a scheduled appointment." So she says, "You're going to have a field of vision test." I said, "No, not field of vision." I said, "I want an examination and a new prescription." So she said, "No, the doctor's got your field." I said, "I have no field of vision. We all know that. I've had several of those tests." She said, "Well, you're on Medicare, right?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Well, then what do you care? They pay for it."
Right outside the door, so folks are asking.
Wrong thing to say to a guy like me. I'm very... Right.
Oh, that never happens.
That attitude don't float with me. I've never been back, and they call me like 4 or 5 times more. "Oh, wait, you got an appointment coming up here. You want to reschedule?" I said, "No." I refuse to go back.
Yeah, Mark was the one who told me about the specialist. The specialist said that they were referred to.
Cool, thank you.
I said, no, that's
Thank you.
How's Cindy?
Is this some sort of?
How's Cindy doing?
Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Oh, cool. Can I read this? Can I read this?
This is Markham told you his father?
Everybody saw it. Cool.
Oh, I was going to say Markham's father can't. His father's only an optometrist. And Scott, the kid, is an ophthalmologist. No, I've been seeing John up here, but he did. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays he's here. But they sent me over, Scott. He did a laser, a YAG they call it, where they burn out the interocular chamber there. I am.
Okay, cool.
Turn your mic on.
Hang on.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Please rise and remove your hats for the invocation.
Heavenly Father, bless this group that's gathered here tonight to do the work of the town of Chino Valley. Give us the wisdom to make decisions that best affect our citizens. Watch over our young men and women that are in the military and bring them home safely to us without any injuries. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. May we have the roll call?
Sure. Good evening. Councilmember McKee. Here. Councilmember Turner.
Here.
Councilmember Wojcik.
Here.
Councilmember Hatch is absent. Councilmember Best.
Here.
Vice Mayor Croft.
Here.
And Mayor Morley.
Here. Introductions, presentations, and proclamations. Our first proclamation is a proclamation declaring October 19th through 25th, 2014 as Arizona Cities and Towns Week, sponsored by the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. Do we have anyone here from the League that will be representing them? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this from here then. Proclamation, Arizona Cities and Towns Week, October 19th through 25th, 2014. Whereas the citizens of Chino Valley rely on the town of Chino Valley to experience a high quality of life in our community, and whereas cities and towns in Arizona work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to deliver vital town services such as police and emergency response to ensure safe communities, and whereas cities and towns in Arizona also provide services and programs that enhance the quality of life for residents, such as parks, utilities, street maintenance, libraries, pools, recreational facilities, and senior centers, and whereas it is important for Chino Valley to continue to provide the excellent delivery of services and programs that our citizens have come to expect in our community, and whereas it is one of the responsibilities of Chino Valley officials to ensure open and accessible government through frequent communication with citizens using various avenues and means, and whereas through participation and cooperation, citizens, community leaders, local businesses, and municipal staff can work together to ensure that services provided by the town of Chino Valley can remain exceptional elements of the quality of life of our community. Now therefore be it resolved, the town of Chino Valley joins with the League of Arizona Cities and Towns and fellow municipalities across the state of Arizona, declaring October 19th through 25th, 2014 as Arizona Cities and Towns Week. Our next item is our recognition of our General Plan Committee members. Do you have the microphone available, Ms. Lewis?
Sure.
Okay. Is it working? Good enough. I'd like to ask our members of the General Plan Committee, if they would, to please stand as I recognize them. Members to be recognized: Stephen Wisenhunt, Karen Rockhold, Marty Klein, Norm Freeman, John Morgan, Tricia Lamb, Celia Vandermolen, Robert McCauley, Michael Edmonds, Tom Payne, Ron Romley, Sherry Romley, Ed Steinbeck, Frank Perkins, Dan McGuire, and Nancy Best. If you would, please give these folks a round of applause. Wanted to thank you all for your work. The plan is now on the ballots. Our next item of business is the call to the public. Call to the public is an opportunity for the public to address the council concerning a subject that is not on the agenda. Public comment is encouraged. Individuals are limited to speak for 3 minutes. Total time for call to the public may be up to 30 minutes per meeting. Council action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date, or responding to criticism. Do we have anyone for call to the public? Yes, sir.
Take my 3 minutes getting to the podium. Mayor, Council, my name is Lee Paul. I live on Harrison Drive in Appaloosa 2. I'm here to make a political statement. The political statement was not written by me. It was not written by a political fanatic or a religious fanatic, but it was written by a man who dedicated most of his life to the freedom that we enjoy today. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Now, I was one of millions who fought for this Constitution. I'm just here to ask everybody to vote this November election. This country and a large part of the world is in chaos. We can show our strength through our vote. Mm-hmm. Thomas Jefferson said, "All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent." Mm-hmm. So my purpose here tonight is to ask you all to vote and ask you to urge all of your friends, relatives, and neighbors to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And he didn't even use up his 3 minutes in travel time, so that was good. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Anyone else for call to the public? Yes, sir. And then we'll let the young lady come. Okay, yeah.
Seems like this must be Veterans Night up here. My name's Robert McCauley. I live at 1527 West Road 4 North. This is really a question for the town attorney. Under ARS 38-431.03 executive sessions, if an individual discloses executive session information, what is the penalty and who enforces it?
I'm not sure that our town attorney is available to answer stuff like that. Ms. Smiley?
Well, I can't respond in call to the public.
Okay.
If the council wants me to prepare an answer, I can do that. But I'm the town's attorney. I don't respond to public requests
so,
unless directed by council.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Let her finish. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Well, in that case, Mr. Marley, last council meeting, you said something about a police investigation of me. That was discussed in executive session. I do believe you violated executive session rules, and I wish to have it investigated. Okay?
Okay.
And once again, last week, I met with a detective, and I found out what the investigation was. It was supposed conflict of interest, and I personally feel that it may be because of my position to just vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for call to the public? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not as tall as these guys, so I'm going to move down a little bit. So my name is Ricky Rodriguez, and I live in Chino Valley, and I'm here on behalf of Chino Valley High School, Penny Hubble State Farm Insurance, and I'm the senior class president at Chino Valley High School. And I'm here actually to talk to you guys today. We're going to be holding an event on Thursday and Friday at the high school called Celebrate My Drive, which is an event that State Farm partners with local high schools, and it prevents no texting and driving. So on Thursday at 10:30, we're going to be holding an assembly actually in our East Gym, which is our new gym. We're going to be doing, there's pledges, the police department will be there, the fire department will be there. We're going to be doing, Drew Reinowitz will actually be doing our national anthem, so that's kind of cool, a good guest. As well as we're going to do 30 minutes inside, 30 minutes outside. Drama actually has prepared a total reenactment of a car crash for us, so that'll be really cool. We hand out 800 white balloons to every single student in Chino Valley High School, and we all make a pledge to not text and drive. So that's kind of a cool thing. Also throughout the day on Thursday, we'll be pulling students out of class every 15 minutes. So the statistic is every 15 minutes a teenager dies from texting and driving. So at the end of the school day, all 28 of the students that have died per se will be lining up out by the parking lot, and it's actually really effective when the students go to leave at the end of the day. You can see everyone, all your classmates that have kind of died, prevents the texting and driving a lot more. The next day, we're going to be doing a tailgate party on Friday afternoon at the football field, starting at 4:30. Sports, clubs, and local businesses have come out. They're going to provide booths. There's, I know the soccer teams are selling tamales. The baseball boys are doing a kissing booth. So it'll kind of be a fun thing to bring the community together. That starts at 4:30. And then we have a varsity football game starting at 7 against Coolidge. So I support all of you to stay and help us get the first win of the season. So hopefully if everyone's there, we'll win this season. The big thing is that we all vote. If you go to celebratemydrive.com, every day starting tomorrow to the 24th, you can pick Chino Valley High School and commit to safe drive, or to drive safely, and we get the chance to win $100,000. Along with $100,000, we record all the events that we do during the Celebrate My Drive, and then we send it all in, and off the votes and the videos is how they pick the schools for the $100,000. The $100,000 will be split 3 ways between the student council, the drama department, and the video department. We have 52 video students with 3 video computers and 2 cameras. Doesn't really equal out equally. Our drama department will be using it for a new auditorium as well as the seating. I don't know if any of you guys have been to their plays. It's a little rough and they'd really like to improve it. Student council will be using it for beautification. We have all these projects, but we have no financial income to make them happen. So I wanted to invite everybody in this room tonight to come out to the tailgate party Friday afternoon at 4:30. Come eat some food and watch some football. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. She talked really fast. She got a lot covered. Yes, sir.
Before you leave and run away, do you have any more of those little cards you were passing out at the chamber luncheon? I think they would all like to have a card. Give them the email number or the website number. They can go ahead and vote for you.
Okay, thank you. Any others for call to the public? Yes, sir.
Good evening, y'all. And my name is Dan Carlson. I'm a resident of Chino Valley. A while back, and I excuse my legal terms or definitions, I would call a flood control passageway was built behind my home, as well as several other homes, starting at Road 3 North, going parallel to Road 1 West for a short distance. And we granted easements, several of the homeowners, and one of the agreements that we did have with the town was that the town would maintain and provide weed control for this drainage ditch. We've had considerable amounts of rain. Our ditch is full of weeds, pretty tall weeds. We're concerned with winter rains, the possibility of problems. I believe one of the other homeowners that are affected by this has contacted the town, and the response is no money or no personnel to take care of the situation. I've always been under the guidance of under promise, over deliver. If the town does make a promise in a signed contract, I think they should honor it. And I'm asking you folks to look into that situation. Most of the homes that this affects are along Road 1 West, Gilson area. It's a very short drainage ditch. So if you folks would look into that, I'd appreciate it. And if my 3 minutes isn't up, there is an action item, E, and I would hope that maybe you'd possibly allow a few of us to speak prior to your vote. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And that was Road 1 West and the Gilson area?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And Road 3 North.
Oh, okay, and 3 North. All right. And Mr. Smith, our town manager, if you would, please look into that for us. All right. And thankfully, I was reminded to do our welcome. Wanted to welcome everyone to our Chino Valley Town Council. We're here to conduct the town's business in a timely and professional manner. Please turn all your cell phones to vibrate. Please hold all side conversations to a minimum. And if you need to talk, please go down the hallway. If you need to talk loudly, please adjourn to the parking lot. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was to remind me. I thought there was a leprechaun here. So. All right, any others for call to the public? Yes, sir.
Is that okay? Can you hear me? Okay, fine. My name is Gary Pasiak. I live in Chino Valley, and I'm a member of the Chino Valley Planning and Zoning Commission. And I don't really know how to address this because I also have concerns about action item 7E. And
Mayor,
this,
if
I
he
know
wants
this-
to speak on action item 7E, he should speak at that time, not at call to the public.
Yes, ma'am. I
that's what
understand that.
That's what I'm bringing up. That's my
Okay.
question. When can I address my concerns on 7E?
Okay.
I'm not trying to do it now.
Okay, I can answer that. We will be asking for public input when we do get to item 7E.
Okay.
And most of us have brought a lunch, so we're ready, okay?
Okay.
Thank you,
I've
Mr.
also
Bessie.
emailed every member on the council.
Yes, sir, I realize that.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
You've answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Any others for call to the public? Okay, call to the public is now closed. Now we come to response to the public. Response to the public is an opportunity for the mayor to inform the public about how town officials addressed matters raised during call to the public at a previous meeting. The first item is a request made by a former planning and zoning commissioner with regard to executive session minutes. And this is Mr. McCauley. He has been provided access to those minutes and has had opportunity to view them. And the case is now in the county attorney's hands, and so we'll await that. Item B is roadway maintenance in Appaloosa Meadows. Response to a request from residents posed in 2013, and residents offer to assist with funding repairs. I asked our town engineer to get me some information on this. He said that homeowners who wish to fund complete street repairs could set up through their homeowners association a fee that could be set aside for those purposes. The HOA could then contract with a licensed contractor and have improvements performed, provided that the improvements meet public engineering standards. Should there be any neighborhood groups wishing to investigate these alternative funding capabilities, the town would gladly offer the necessary assistance. And I spoke with Mr. Gritman. I said, could you give me a ballpark idea of about how much per month would give us, you know, enough to pave Appaloosa Meadows Unit 1? And just a rough estimate is $4 per month for every resident in Unit 1 of Appaloosa Meadows. $4 per month could do repave Unit 1 about once every 8 years. So that gives you an idea of the math on that. The third item, that response to the public, was in regards to noise pollution with Prescott air traffic and airport expansion plans, and a request to place the item on the agenda. And this was a Mr. Al Gibbons. Some of you may have remembered he did the little back scratcher deal. Mr. Gibbons and I have had a great deal of communication over the last couple of months. He's expressed concerns regarding helicopter noise, Prescott's airport expansion, and I understand he's voiced concerns to other council members regarding the noise from engine brakes on tractor-trailer rigs. He has asked us to place an agenda item on tonight's meeting, which you'll see down action item 7A. And he's asked for the council's stand on aircraft noise from Prescott being exported to Chino Valley. I don't know how the rest of the council wants to respond to it when we get to item 7A, but I wanted Mr. Gibbons to know if he's here tonight or if he's watching us at home. I don't know about the rest of the council expressing their thoughts on it, but I'll be able to give him my answer this evening. All right, that closes out our response to the public. Now we come to current event summaries and reports. This item is for information only. The mayor, any council member, or town manager may present a brief summary or report of current events or ask a staff member to provide the same. Presentation on information requested by the mayor and council will be made and questions answered. No action will be taken. Do we have any reports from this side of the dais? No. Do we have any reports from this side of the desk? Okay. Mr. Smith, did you have a town manager's report?
I do have a brief item, Mayor. I wanted to thank council for meeting in a special meeting on October the 7th. And at that time, council approved and executed the settlement agreement with Fan Contracting for the CM at Risk agreement on the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the termination of the O&M agreement on that plant's operation, and some maintenance work that's in dire need of being done out there. We secured Fan Contracting's execution of that agreement Saturday afternoon. It is in our capable hands of our clerk, and we're off and running. So
okay.
Thank you very much for that hard work there. That was important for the town.
Okay, thank you. I had one note that was addressed to the mayor, the town council, and town staff. It said, thank you for your good wishes. I'm feeling better every day, and a little flower power helps too. Thank you for the beautiful plant arrangement. And that's from Cindy Turner, Councilman Turner's bride. And so thank you for bringing that one in, Mom.
You're welcome.
All right. Usually I would read my mayor's report here, but in the interest of brevity, we've got a couple of items we have to deal with. Most of you, I believe, are here for item 7E, so we're going to try and move that direction as quickly as we can. Sure, we have an election report. My Councilman Best just stabbed me with a pen, showing me that I needed to address that. Miss Lewis, do you have a status report?
Good evening, Mayor Marley, Vice Mayor Croft, and council members. I just thought with the election getting close, it was time for a brief update, and we may have a little bit more at the next meeting too. I also thought you might be interested with the new consolidated elections laws, kind of how things are going and how things turned out for the August primary. And basically, we had a 27% turnout statewide. Yavapai County's turnout was 37%. And the interesting thing is that of the statewide ballots, 83% of the ballots cast were cast by early ballot, and 85.78% of those in Yavapai County were also cast by early ballot. So we're kind of all moving in the direction of possible total vote by mail elections, which was on the ballot a number of years ago and got struck down, but everybody's doing it anyway, so it'll be interesting to see where that goes. And as far as what's going on with the upcoming election here, voter registration closed a week ago Monday, and the eligible voters for Chino Valley is 5,914. Early voting began last Thursday, and our pamphlets were mailed out the middle of last week, so everybody should have gotten those. And if anybody didn't get theirs within the next day or two, we have extras at Town Hall, and it's also on our website. Early ballots were mailed out, and the last day that anyone can request an early ballot from the county is October 24th. Early balloting ends October 31st. If you want to vote your early ballot in person, you cannot do that at Town Hall with a state and national consolidated election, but anybody can go to the Yavapai County or Cottonwood administrative offices to vote those ballots. And anybody who wants to mail their ballot, this is just from me personally, but if it's within a week of the election date, put it in the ballot box, don't put it in the mail. So, just a safety thing. And then I spoke with the election officials at the county, and they are anticipating getting our canvass to us on November 17th, which is the day before we are to vote on it. So I just wanted to let you know you may not be getting those details in your council packet. And just to remind everybody, we have gone to vote centers now. We aren't doing polling places. We have only 2 vote centers in Chino Valley. But if you're voting within Yavapai County, let's say you work in Cottonwood or you work in Prescott or Prescott Valley, people who want to vote in person can go to any vote center in the county to cast their ballot. So we're trying to get more sophisticated here. And if you do misplace your ballot or don't receive it or spoil it, our pamphlet does say that they can get those from Town Hall. That changed now because, again, of the new consolidation. If somebody spoils a ballot or doesn't get it, they just need to call voter registration at the county, and they can get that.
Before you leave,
Yes.
Are there any questions for Ms. Lewis? Any questions? I just wanted to verify for our audience sake, for state and local elections, we do have to provide proof of citizenship, but not for federal, correct?
Well, if you're voting, okay, that I'm not exactly sure of.
Okay.
I know that you can, if you only want to vote federal, there's a different process.
Okay.
And you may be correct about that.
Okay, I had heard that and thought that was sort of interesting.
Yeah,
Just a
the
thought.
federal government isn't too fond of our voter ID thing, so they separated that out. So if somebody just wants to vote the federal ballot, they can register with a different form.
Okay.
And they'll get just a separate federal ballot.
All right, just sort of ironic. Thank you.
It's kind of weird.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving onward to our consent agenda. Does anyone, all those items listed below are considered to be routine, may be enacted by one motion. Any council member may request to remove an item from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. Does anyone wish to remove any consent agenda items? No? No. All right, the chair would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda items A through E.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. First action item, item 7A, consideration and possible action regarding noise pollution issues with Prescott Airport air traffic and airport expansion plans. Mr. Best, would you like to give a little bit of background on this?
I talked to Mr. Gibbons, and I'll be meeting with him again tomorrow. He has some concerns about the noise that the airport is providing over our community. FAA has already designated us as a sensitive noise area, so they should not be flying what is limited, what isn't. I'm writing a letter to the FFA to give us proper definition, and hopefully we'll send this to committee, at which time we will do more research. We will talk to the airport and see exactly what their proposal is, and hope to have a response back to the council within a month.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone have anything to add to that? Okay. Mr. Gibbons made it plain to me that he wanted my stance as mayor regarding helicopter noise and the airport expansion. So I wanted to do that tonight. So he said basically that his vote on some items hinged on that. Helicopter noise, I believe we can visit with the folks at the airport and the flight schools, and we'll find out more about that if it goes to committee. We can theoretically ask them to avoid our populated areas. As for me, I've met several of these students at the helicopter schools. Many of them are returned veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan. And if they have to fly over my house on their way to do practice touch and goes, I'm good with it. I like peace and quiet, probably more than most people, but I like even more the sound of our returning American soldiers and Marines learning how to support their families. That's big with me. Regarding the airport expansion, hopefully we can look into it, mitigate the noise as much as possible. I'm not sure how much effect we can have on what another city does within their city limits. As for the expansion itself, for me, a decent regional airport makes Chino a much more attractive location for manufacturers who are considering relocating to the Quad City area. Approximately 55% of our residents are working age, and we need decent paying jobs, not just in the area, but in Chino Valley itself, to get our local economy on its feet. And so I'm willing to give up a little of my comfort, a little of my peace and quiet, and hopefully have some jobs in the area. There's some folks that would like to have it where nothing but the sound of welfare checks being torn open is taking place. I'm not good with that. I want to get America back to work. So anyway, that's that. Mr. Best, did you have a motion for us? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I can make a motion that we move this to the Safety Committee and we report back within a month.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to send this to the Safety Committee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is item B, consideration and possible action to approve the Civic Plus Advantage contract in the amount of $12,731 for 3 years, effective October 14th, 2014, allowing Civic Plus to immediately begin redesign of the town website and provide ongoing website hosting and support services, funding to come from non-departmental fund. Before Mr. Guest gets going on this presentation, I contacted him earlier this week and asked him, is that $12,000 per year? Is that $12,000 for a 3-year period? It didn't sound right because it seems like a decent website runs about $50,000 to set up, and Mr. Best assured me that that $12,000 per year covered the installation of the website, the migration of the materials, and I believe maintenance of it. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Best.
Yes.
Mr. Guest. This is Mr. Best. Please keep yourself separate. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to come and give a little bit further explanation about the website redesign and the new web platform that we are considering. As you're aware from the information that was provided in your packets, the town has been working on a plan for the redesign of the town website. Now, this concept was first introduced to you through the budgeting process. We spoke at the budgeting meetings about our intentions to develop a new website for this fiscal year. A review of most of the web marketing and blogs and studies and online information show that a redesign should take place about every 2 to 3 years for most of the public companies out there. Now, given that we are a municipality, we're not in the same arena as a lot of the public companies are, but most of the recommendations for municipalities tend to fall in the 4 to 5 year redesign recommendation. The town currently is running at 8 years on its current design, so I think we are definitely at that point where we need to be thinking about redesigning and changing our website. But beyond the marketing suggestions, there are two other factors that played into the staff's decision for redesign. We must continue to redesign to implement new web-based standards. Web-based technology is in continually flux and it's changing rapidly, so we must make changes to accommodate that change as well. A good example of this is many of you may have been to our website, but the current width of our website is very, very narrow. Now, when the website was created, it was designed for the purposes of those people who have smaller screens to accommodate those smaller screen sizes. Now, the need for that is pretty much almost all gone now. Screens have gotten much larger. And so we need to widen that to accommodate a greater deal of content. Another reason is to accommodate new responsive design standards. Now, this is needed to allow the website to be easily accessible on all the different types of devices that we all now use nowadays, including tablets and phones. We don't just use our PCs in our house anymore. We use all kinds of devices to access the web. And so our website needs to accommodate that as well. So as we were reviewing ways to overhaul the website, the town manager's office asked if we could investigate features that would allow for easier management of the web content so updates could be delegated to non-technical staff within the town. Now, based upon this request, we began reviewing the content management systems, which they're basically website platforms that provide a method for you to log in and to change the website right from the website itself. So it does simplify things a great deal for staff. In our review of the vendors for a content management system, we found that essentially every vendor had a great deal of capability of doing some of the most beautiful web designs. So we examined how many features were built into the system and that could provide added value to the town and to the public and enhance the staff's ability to serve the public. Now, from there, we formed a group of staff that went through a process of comparing the potential vendors to a list of features and viewing the demonstrations on how each prospective system functioned. And after viewing the features and the cost, Civic Plus was selected by the group based on the breadth of their product offering and their ease of usability. Now, the bottom line, it was decided that Civic Plus offers a product that just provides I think the best environment that the town staff could utilize to enhance the organization of data and also offer those additional enhancements to the public. Now, I'm going to try something here today. We have Will Spicer on the phone from Civic Plus, and he is going to do a short demonstration about their website and offering for the town. Will, are you there?
I sure am, Spence.
Will, I think we got a pretty good visual on your screen now. So go ahead and you're in control, and so go on from there.
All right, thank you very much. That was really great. Just real quick, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be with you. My time was spoken for tonight, but I've met with Spencer and Jan and a whole lot of times, and with your committee as well. And I think that we've come together to do something really special for the community. So if you look at that first slide, it says Civic Plus, and what it used to say is Civic Plus, Amazing Government Websites. And we still make amazing government websites, but the focus many years ago, and we've been going for about 16 years, the focus was really good-looking websites. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we reoriented the company because it came to, we came to understand that lots of people can make great-looking websites. But the question became, what can your website do for you? And as a government website, we thought that the number one thing that a government website should do is to help communities engage and interact. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, is there a question?
No, sir. No. Just go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard something. So that's what we're going to talk about primarily when we talk about what we're going to be doing for the town of Chino Valley, is we're going to give you a system that's very easy to use, that not only is enjoyable to use and looks very nice, but hopefully will help you can communicate and engage and interact with your community. A little bit about us. We are the largest provider of local government websites in the country. We have over 1,700 clients in the United States, Canada, and Australia. We primarily work with cities and counties. Every now and again we'll do a CDB or an ED board or something to that effect. But our bread and butter is really cities and counties. Now, when people give us a call, and when we talked with the folks at Chino Valley, there are some familiar things that come out and why people seek us out. Number one is there's generally a lot of limitations with what they're using currently. A lot of times that is because they're having to use a product that was not specifically tailored for government. That product might be great for a blog or a photo sharing website or a retail business, but government's very, very different. The citizen is a lot different than a customer. There's some similarities, but there's also a lot of differences. And so what the government needs to bring to the table often doesn't fit in with the tool set of most website products. A lot of times there's an outsourced product that lacks functionality and support. This is a story we hear all the time, and glad that's not actually the story here with you guys. And then there's a lot of stress and cost with trying to do it on your own. Like I said, I met with Spencer and Jan quite a few times, and I happen to be under the impression that if it has electricity running to it, that Spencer's in charge of it. And that is, that's his role. But it seems to me that we could maybe help him out a little bit. I know that most people working in city government are wearing about 12 different hats, and that a lot of times, because they're wearing so many hats and doing so many tasks, that the website sort of gets left behind. Not in terms of keeping it up, because he and Jan do a terrific job of that, but as far as keeping up the technology, it's quite a full-time job. And you guys have Spencer and Jan, and I have over 180 people at my disposal, making sure that we're always providing you with the top solution for government. So a little bit about our service. We have been doing this, like I said, for about 16 years. So in many ways, we've sort of grown up with government in the web. So some things that we've learned and we want to make sure that we implement every time is, one, is a full-service solution. So what that means is we're going to hold your hand as much as you'll let us through the entire process. And that's from design to development to launch, and then even after the fact, we're going to have people in touch with you regularly to make sure things are going well. We'll have what we call community engagement consultants who will regularly view your website, make sure there's no problems, communicate with people like Spencer and Jan or perhaps others to make sure everything's going very well. We really believe in a high-touch relationship to make sure that everything that we're doing in the process is tailored to fit you, and then after the process that you're taken care of very, very well. We have won every government web design award in the book. We're going to build your design from a blank slate, not a template, so you can be assured that it's going to be your own thing. You're not going to be able to compare it to anybody else. It'll come from your input. And what you ought to know in terms of the looks of the website and the look and the feel, we're not going to take anything live that you don't absolutely love. So feel confident in that. We have content management experts to guide you on best practices and usability, and to sort of decode that a little bit. I probably don't have to tell you guys this, but I do have to tell quite a few people. People don't read the web. They scan it, right? But for whatever reason, most of us have ignored that first rule of composition we all learned in English in high school: consider your audience. And for that reason, we end up writing 3-page, 3-point high school English essays on the web. And that's just not good for the web. And so we're going to have people come alongside and actually help out, make sure that all your content is written for the web, written for your specific audience, to make sure that everyone's able to get to their information that they're looking for quickly and easily. We're also going to train you very, very well I think we have training for quite a few people there at the town, and we have award-winning training as well. There's some long-term benefits that come with working with us. What we know is your website is as much about tomorrow as it is today. So we put a lot of things in place to make sure that your website never falls behind. It needs to be a classy thing that holds up well because it's an investment. We understand that. So one of the first things is we are going to offer you 24/7, 365, unlimited phone and email support at no additional cost, which really does mean you can call any of our people on a national holiday like Christmas, and you will get somebody on the phone. You can call them 38 times, and it won't cost you an extra dime. Please don't do that. But you could, and it would be completely within your rights as the client. So we hope that you'll take advantage of that. Another thing that we do is whenever we come out with new upgrades and enhancements to the system, we don't nickel and dime you. We don't call you and say, hey, we got this new thing. How about you upgrade? Everything that comes with the system, as we upgrade it, you'll just get those upgrades and enhancements at no additional cost, no questions asked. The idea there is we're trying to future-proof you. We're going to come out with new cool stuff, and your citizens are going to ask for new cool stuff, or maybe your staff will ask for cool new stuff. And we don't think you should have to go out and look for money every time we come out with new cool stuff. You're part of the family, and you get those upgrades and enhancements. We do include site hosting, and that's a pretty amazing hosting situation. You're actually going to be hosted in a couple places primarily, and then several other places, undisclosed locations around the country, so you're never, ever down. Your primary hosting facility will actually be in the same building as the Federal Reserve. So there's a little bit about that. It's a secure data center with daily backups, redundancy, and extensive disaster recovery measures. We're also really big in making sure that we're in compliance with all the code. And so one of those, actually two of those, one is Section 508, and that's the Americans with Disabilities Act. And we want to make sure we give you every opportunity to be in compliance with that code because, if you're not, you're liable. And you're also not serving a significant part of the population. So we want to make sure you're taken care of there. And also any open record standards. That's Freedom of Information Act and any sort of sunshine laws in the state of Arizona as well. And lastly, not exactly lastly, access to Civic Plus University and Civic Plus Connection. Civic Plus University is an online classroom setting where you can go and get caught up on anything that you've forgotten from training or perhaps any new functionality that we've just released. You can go there, you can watch videos, you can read manuals, you can read FAQs, and then you can also take tests and be certified at different levels of the Civic Plus product. So that's extremely, extremely useful and valuable addition there. The next is Civic Plus Connection. And if I were try to describe it, it's like a Facebook, but just for Civic Plus clients. So all these cities and counties that we work with, over 1,700 of them, have accounts there, and they come on and they talk about various things, what's going on in their communities, but they also talk about how they're overcoming certain challenges in their communities with the Civic Plus product. It's a peer thing, and a lot of people have learned a lot in there. A lot of sharing that goes on, a lot of peer review, and it's also where we get some of our best ideas. Certain communities will come on and say, wouldn't it be great if the product could do this? And very often those ideas get implemented. It didn't make the list, and I don't know why, but because your website is as much about tomorrow as it is today, we're going to provide the town of Chino Valley a complete redesign of your website every 4 years at no additional cost. So again, we're trying to future-proof you, trying to make sure that you never fall behind, because truthfully, none of us know what websites will be like in 4 years. Perhaps everything will be touchscreen by then, and everything will have to completely accommodate touchscreens. We just don't know. But what you can know is that you won't have to come back asking for more money in 4 years because we've got that taken care of. A complete redesign of the website every 4 years at no additional cost. So that's the bulk of what I wanted to make sure I got across, help you understand the kind of relationship you're entering into. We're extremely proud to be the recommendation to the council. At this point, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Did we have any questions on this side of council? No. Any questions from this side? Mr. Guest, you're happy with the product, I take it? You and I
Yes,
spoke
I am.
earlier. Excellent. All right, and this is Mr. Spicer on the phone
Yes,
here?
Mr. Will Spicer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spicer. We appreciate your presentation.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
All right. If there's no further question,
I do have a question, yes. Mr. Guest.
Yes.
It's saying here $12,731 a year for 3 years.
Mhm.
Okay, that extrapolates out to $38,193, right? Okay. And on the next page, it says, on page 57 of 143, $6,000 a year in maintenance costs. Is that included or is that on top of?
$6,000 a year, I don't believe that.
It says the website design project was initially budgeted for $35,000 with ongoing maintenance fees of $6,000 per year.
Yes.
Okay, so then the $12,000 would have an additional $2,000 a year?
Let's see.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no.
Excuse me, Mr. Best, for just a second.
Yeah.
This is on page 57 for our
Thank you.
for our,
Sorry.
our, council members.
Trying to figure out where
And
we're at.
I believe also that's what she's speaking of is dealing with the funding source and the original budgeting.
Yeah.
So I wanted to
I'm
get you
kinda-
in there
The
close.
figures didn't sound exactly right, so I was kind of confused there. Page 57, let me see.
While you're searching for that, Mr. Best, if you would, Councilwoman McKee, on page 56, on the fourth paragraph down, about 4 lines down in it, it says, and deployment costs are $29,926 with ongoing annual service costs of $4,134.
Right. And
so anyway, Mr. Best, go ahead.
yeah, that's why the numbers were not making sense to me, because I think what you were reading off to me were budgetary numbers.
Okay.
But if you look at the Civic Plus contract, you'll see that the total cost of the deployment costs are $29,925. And you can see the second year and third year costs of the ongoing maintenance are $4,134. And what they're doing for us is, if you see down there below where it says Civic Plus Advantage project deployment, and where they break the costs out, what they're doing is combining the annual costs along with the deployment costs and spreading those out for us over 3 years.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, thank you.
Okay.
You
Yes,
had a
Don.
question? Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, she did.
So what is it costing me totally with maintenance costs, deployment costs, everything? What am I going to spend at the end of 3 years?
The end of 3 years, it's going to just total up to $12,731 per year. So,
Not plus 4,000 per year?
no, because it's all included in that $12,731 per year.
So roughly about 38 grand.
Yeah, and
somewhere.
it won't be until the fourth year that we see that $4,134 maintenance fee on an ongoing basis, where that is a yearly renewal fee.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right. No follow-up questions here? Yes, ma'am.
Will, at the end of 3 years, if we get the four-year upgrade free, do we have to redo the contract then?
Not for a deployment cost, it's just the ongoing $4,000 plus of the maintenance that we're gonna continue on. That's, the redesign is included in that.
Okay.
So it's just kind of a relationship thing, where as you maintain a relationship with them, they throw in the redesign every 4 years for us.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any further follow-ups? Any further follow-ups? You look like you have a question. No? Okay. Anyway, that's why I had asked Spencer earlier this week to give me the totals on it. I wanted to make sure I had my math done right. So, All right, if there's no further discussion, the chair would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the Civic Plus Advantage contract in the amount of $12,731 for 3 years, beginning October 14, 2014, and allowing Civic Plus to immediately begin redesign of the town website and provide ongoing website hosting and support services.
Second it?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item C, presentation and discussion regarding Klaus Neichman. Is it Neichman or Neichman? No, it's Neichman. Klaus Neichman to the Chino Valley Elks request to determine a location for a permanent memorial to the Granite Mountain Hotshots. And I want to remind our council, it's a discussion item. There's no action to follow, okay? Yes, sir. I guess you're...
I'm Klaus Neichman, and I represent Chino Valley Elks Lodge. As I reported to you back in July, we plan to build a monument to the Hotshots. You have the pictures. How about this? Is this better? Okay.
There we go.
Okay, you have 4 views here. And I also, of course, I have my little miniature that you have already seen, and I can bring it out and let you see it again. This is the site plan that the architect has provided, and staff has asked me to come here and ask questions or answer questions that you might have. And so I'm ready to go.
Okay. As Mr. Neichman pointed out, he's already showed us his miniature of the bronze, and he has been asking for us to allow him to place the monument in front of Town Hall. I was going to ask our staff, as has been traditional with our town council, we have sort of a difficulty when staff comes and just gives us one proposition, and there's never an alternative.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir?
Okay. What do you say?
They usually will consider more than one site, not just one site. So I think what they're going to ask is that we consider some other locations. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. And so I was going to ask Miss Mayday if she could provide us with a couple of alternative locations also.
Okay, the site that we have picked is the committee that, the technical review committee that I met with had instructed me, says, pick a spot and we'll talk about it. So we picked a spot, and then we, when I was instructed to get the architectural drawings, so we contacted the architect. The architect came out and looked at the lay of the land, as it were, and what you see is what the architect thought was the best, most optimal place for it. And it wasn't exactly where I had it placed closer to the building, but seeing that I'm not an architect, I just deferred to him and said, hey, fine, this is fine with me. We don't have a problem with that, putting it there. We have made sure that we are outside the ADOT right away, which the committee was very worried about. And so, you know, if any changes are to be made, we're open to it because it's your property that we're going to put it on.
You bet.
Okay?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding the structure itself? I believe you were going to do it on like a 7-foot pedestal, concrete pedestal, something like that?
There it is.
Oh, you had the monument site plan there. Okay.
Yeah, this is the base that this thing is on. It's a huge base, if you look at it. I discussed it with the architect, and he said because of the soil here, and when it gets rainy, and it has to be that size. It's a lot bigger than what I expected, but again, you know, the man knows what he's doing, and I don't.
You bet.
I just wanted to mention one thing on that previous picture.
That's all right, I'll do it.
Yeah, no,
That
there.
one.
Okay. On the, there are two benches that the architect drew in, which we had planned on. The positioning of the benches is not final. We reserve the right. I was actually thinking to bring both of these benches down one section closer to the highway, so that they're at an angle and look at the monument and also see, looking at the town hall, and then on the other one on the left would basically you see the monument and the sign that says Chino Valley Town Hall. But you know, this is quite some time in the future, because we're looking at, I would think, probably a year and a half in the future before we get to where we have to make a decision, or maybe even longer, where we position those benches. But the benches is something that I didn't talk to you about in July, because we came up with that in the interim, because somebody said, you know, it would be nice, there's enough room to have a couple of benches so people can sit down and, you know, meditate about the events and the hot shots.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Are there any questions from this side of council? Yes, sir.
Where is the monument in relationship to the town sign that says the town of Chino Valley out here? Would that block the town sign in any way?
The existing sidewalk goes up on top of the town hall, with the little squares there. That's the existing sidewalk. We extend that out. So your town sign is just to the north of that a few feet. I don't have the measurements, and he didn't put it up on there.
Okay, yeah, I believe we have it.
But there is
located
enough
now.
clearance.
Okay, excellent. If there's no questions on this side, no questions on this side. Thank you, Mr. Nietzschman. We, as I said, I would like Miss Mayday to provide us a couple of alternative sites. One that was suggested this afternoon, I think you will like. But anyway, we have to thrash through that, and we will be meeting on this again. Okay.
Did you want us to think about an alternative site, or did you want to?
Oh, no, as I spoke with Miss
You work
Mayday
on that?
this afternoon, she's.
Okay, and then you'll get back to me someday.
Okay. All right. Well, as you said,
you done with me?
You're not pouring the bronze this afternoon, so, all right. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item D is consideration and possible action to adopt ordinance number 14-789 to rezone approximately 1.53 acres generally located at 734 North State Route 89 from commercial light CL to commercial heavy CH. And that's through Doug K. LLC, Doug Jones. Miss Mayday, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you, you have an application to rezone an approximately 1.5 acre parcel located at 734 North State Route 89 from its current zoning classification of commercial light to commercial heavy. This business has been in this location for 10 years, I believe, and the property owner approached us after discussing it, the possibility of enclosing some exterior outside lifts he has. He wanted to enclose them, and we discussed with him coming forward with a zoning change to be able to enclose those structures and bring it into compliance with zoning code. We did have a neighborhood meeting in council chambers on July 30th, 2014, after proper notice in accordance with Arizona revised statutes and the Town of Chino Valley Unified Development Ordinance. The applicant provided information regarding his request for the zone change. One person spoke in support of the application, and one person requested the town to require a screening fence to be installed and a Connex container to be removed from the property. On September 16th, 2014, again after notification in compliance with Arizona revised statutes, a public hearing was held before the Planning and Zoning Commission. As no public comment was proffered, the public hearing was closed. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to forward the application to Town Council with a recommendation for approval.
All right.
This is the location. It's just north of the Tim's used car lot. And this is the proposed steel building to enclose the existing lifts that are outside. Because he's not increasing the number of lifts, there's no need to increase the number of parking stalls. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so he wants to be able to work in the wintertime. All right. Any questions?
I have a question. Just can you tell us what is it about just covering these that requires the zoning change?
Well, the zoning, as I recall, was changed a number of years ago, the definitions, and this use was not included in either the commercial heavy or the commercial light zoning classification. However, due to the kind of work that he does, the welding shop was included, and that is the most close use that we can find that matches what he will be doing on in these lifts to repair autos. So that's why we are requiring the zoning change.
Okay, so this is something that is changed within our own rules that is requiring this because he wants
Correct.
to build a new building?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this side? No? All right. Thank you. The chair would entertain a motion then.
Motion to adopt ordinance number 14789 for the rezoning of approximately 1.53 acres generally located at 734 North SR 89 from commercial light CL to commercial heavy CH.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have before us item E, which I believe will be a reasonably lengthy item, seeing as it's been I was just going to say, would you like to take a short break?
Make a motion to take a short break.
All right. We can reconvene at 1:15 if that's okay
Aye.
with everyone.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, just give me a buzz in the morning and we'll try and find a Yes, sir. I very much remember. Good morning, Lee. You did well.
You're not pretty anyway.
They're all,
Okay.
you did a good job. Marley's grandfather.
I do. You're a Marine.
You can step on the mayor's toes, I don't care.
No, they're coming from my daughter. They're from Puerto Rico.
All right.
Since mid-June. Just about, it's almost the 18th of this month. She's driving around.
I don't see
I can't see her. She's so, I was thinking drive, but I want to take a risk because I have no so like if I'm driving, I'm focusing on the road, someone pulls out of the parking lot. One of the worst places over by the
We'll give you a second. Because this is going to be a fairly long one.
It's like I'm watching the tennis match.
You just got to be all in.
Yeah. And it's as long as you know.
Pardon me? No,
Well, I'll tell you,
no
coming
E-section.
down 2 North,
I love it.
I've heard several times people came out of either the post office or Safeway
in front of me, and I didn't know.
Hey, that's, what they pull out of
Oh, she's there. Yeah, well, no, she's doing good.
What, you guys talking about my lunch?
How's your lunch bucket?
Signed up for a fine graduate. We have a $5. Working for a horse.
Good
stable
deal.
out on Williamson Valley Road.
If our council members would please return.
Yeah, she's settling pretty good. She
Okay,
loves
we
that.
have,
So, keeps her.
If our council members would please return.
all right.
Here.
Okay. All right, we're back in session. Moving on to item 7E, consideration and possible action to adopt ordinance number 14-778. And wanted to make sure we had the right number, 14-778, to rezone approximately 16.81 acres generally located at 1460 West Road 4 North from agricultural residential 5-acre minimum, AR5, to commercial light planned area development overlay, CLPADO, and multiple family residential planned area development overlay, MRPADO. The applicant is Lavacara Trust, Joe Cordovana trustee, and Miss Mayday will be giving the presentation. Wanted to remind our public when we will ask for public participation on this, but I want you to remember right outside the door are our rules of public participation. Rules of propriety and decorum are applicable. When you address the council, you address the council, don't address the public. Secondly, be sure and state your name in an audible tone. And indicate whether or not you're a resident of Chino Valley. As I said, all remarks are directed to the mayor and council, not the public. If a person represents a citizens group, they need to identify themselves in the name of that group or the number of persons they represent. And we've had one person that's asked for extra time, and so we will give that individual extra time. Cumulative or redundant speeches to the council may be terminated by the chairperson or at the request of a council member. I don't even want to ask to, I don't want to terminate anybody's speech. If you've heard somebody say something earlier, then please don't repeat it for emphasis. Give us credit that we got it the first time, and we'll keep moving forward. If I have 3 or 4 people get up and say the same thing over and over again, I'm going to have to shut it down, and I don't want that. I'd like everyone to be able to say their piece. Time limit is 3 minutes per person. And as I said, only one person is requested to exceed that 3-minute time limit, and that if you needed more than 3, then you should have requested that before the meeting itself. Speakers shall not discuss employee performance, employee evaluations, employee health, or family or personal matters. Don't be attacking people. We're going to be dealing just with the ordinance, just with the rezone PAD. Okay, Ms. Mayday.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you, you have an application for a to rezone 16.81 acres located at 1460 West Road 4 North from agricultural residential 5-acre minimum to commercial light planned area development overlay and multiple family residential planned area development overlay. The applicant, Lavacara Trust, has also proposed to restrict the number and type of uses that would be allowed by right in the CLPADO zoning district, the commercial light planned area development overlay. Initial approval for the Windmill House was granted in November of 2003 upon the approval of ordinance number 561. The permit was valid for a 5-year period and set forth a number of conditions related to mitigating any impact on surrounding neighbors. The building permit for the clubhouse Windmill House was issued in January of 2005 and finalized in May of 2006. Over the next 11 years, at least 8 applications have been considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission and Town Council regarding the Windmill House alone, which culminated in the issuance of a conditional use permit after a number of actions were taken at a meeting on Town Council meeting on November 8th, 2011. And that conditional use permit 11-002 was revoked by the Town Council on September 4th, 2012. I'm not going to go through line by line the history because I think pretty much everybody here knows what it is. This is This is the timeline of the actions that have been taken on this property, and this is the Windmill House portion alone. This does not include any actions that were taken on adjacent parcels for any other projects. On February 6th of 2014, Mr. Cordovana, in his capacity as trustee for the Lavacar Trust, submitted its own change application requesting commercial light planned area development overlay. This request was for approximately a 16.81 acre parcel of land that includes the Windmill House and related uses that have been the subject of previous actions by Town Council. It's the applicant's intent to reopen the Windmill House and associated uses to the public. This request was amended in August of 2014 to include a request for multifamily residential planned area development overlay. A neighborhood meeting was held on August 7th, 2014 at the Windmill House after notification of all property owners in accordance with the UDO Section 1.9.5 Citizen Review Process and Arizona Revised Statutes 9-46204. Mark Saveda, attorney for the applicant, discussed the proposed rezoning with those present. The majority of the attendees were clearly in opposition, stating the impact that the increased noise, traffic, and inconvenience would negatively impact the neighborhood and ruin their quality of life. A few neighbors would support operating the Windmill House with a conditional use permit that would give surrounding property owners the ability to exert more control over the Windmill House and future development of the property. After notification in compliance with ARS 9-46204 again, and the Unified Development Code, a public hearing was held on September 16th, 2014 before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those members of the public after that spoke out against the proposal. The staff explained the proposed rezoning to the commission, and they then took public comment. The applicant provided petitions collected throughout town and the adjacent neighborhood with over 650 signatures. The commissioners discussed the proposal amongst themselves and stated their reason for supporting recommendation of approval or denial. Commissioner Merritt made a motion to recommend denial of the application and require a development plan to be submitted with any future application for rezoning. That motion was seconded by Commissioner Pasiak. The commission voted unanimously to forward the application to Town Council with a recommendation of denial and a requirement for future applications to include a development plan. In 2003, when this conditional use permit was issued allowing the construction of this facility with a conditional use as a privately owned and operated park and recreation facility in the agricultural residential 5-acre minimum zoning district. While the proposed use did include some park-like and recreational features, the nature of the business was largely the food services made available to the general public by the Windmill House. This facility was also intended to serve as a clubhouse of sorts, providing common area for activities in which residents of the proposed residential component could partake without having to drive an automobile. When it became evident to the applicant that the residential component would not materialize in the short term, the use of the facility for food service to the general public increased. Construction of the western town further expanded the services offered to the general public. In Chino Valley, the Unified Development Ordinances set forth zones that provide for the grouping of compatible or like uses and applies regulations to properties located within each zoning classification or district. It regulates height, density, lot size, and specific uses. for instance, single-family residential, industrial, among other things, rather than broad classifications such as high-density residential or community. In contrast, the general plan purpose is to set forth land use designation that broadly describe land uses, but do not set forth specific regulations. In 2003, when the initial CUP was issued for the subject property, the applicable zoning district again was AR5, while the land use designation was medium density residential, 2 acres or less. The CUP was issued predicated on the assumption that the clubhouse would serve as an accessory use to a larger residential development and was allowed as a privately owned and operated park and recreational facility, which was a conditional use in all zoning districts that would have been included in the land use designation of medium density residential, 2 acres or less. Section 3.13 of the Unified Development Ordinance sets forth the regulations governing the manner and placement of multiple family residential dwelling units in the town of Chino Valley. The UDO defines a multiple family dwelling unit as a building designed exclusively for occupancy by or occupied by 3 or more families living independently of each other. There are only 3 permitted uses in the zoning district: multiple family dwellings, customary accessory buildings, and churches or similar places of worship. Conditional use is allowed with a conditional use permit are as follows: privately owned and operated parks and recreational areas, group homes, nursing and convalescent homes, temporary home and land sale offices, public utility buildings, schools, and residential facilities for the developmentally disabled. The corresponding development standard requires a 50-foot setback from the property boundary along the front upon dedicated of the right-of-way parallel to West Road 4 North. The setback would be 75 feet from the existing property boundary and approximately 100 feet from the center line of the road. The required side and rear setbacks are a minimum of 20 feet and 10 feet respectively. The maximum lot coverage under roof is 40%. When you apply these standards to the subject parcel, the maximum allowed square footage under roof is 114,127 square feet. Because the UDO requires a minimum of 3,000 square feet of raw land area per dwelling unit, a maximum of 95 units can be potentially developed. The UDO further requires a minimum of 1.5 parking stalls per 1-bedroom apartment. Assuming a maximum of 95 units, the required number of parking stalls would be 143, which would require approximately 25,700 square feet of area to accommodate the parking required in the zoning district. Furthermore, Section 4.22 off-street parking and loading requires a minimum of a 3-foot landscape berm or wall to screen parking areas from public view. Resolution of this matter by approving the zoning change request will meet the needs of both the applicant and the community in several ways. First, it grants a permanent zoning district that establishes the use of the windmill house as a permitted use rather than allowing operation of the windmill house by conditional use permit. The permitted uses can be further conditioned to mitigate impact on the surrounding area. In addition, adherence to all requirements of the UDO and town code would still apply. If the applicant fails to meet the conditions of the rezoning or comply with town code, his business license would not be issued, or once issued, can be revoked. Second, it requires filing of a site plan that outlines current and future uses that must be reviewed by staff to ensure it's in compliance with underlying zoning district requirements and land use designations. Only when staff is satisfied that the plan meets all development standards and regulations will it be forwarded to the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration and ultimately Town Council for final approval. Finally, a Town of Chino Valley business license would not be issued unless and until a dedication of right-of-way was made by the applicant, accepted by Town Council, and recorded at the Yavapai County Recorder's Office. As a result, no business could be conducted on the subject property until the right-of-way is dedicated and irrevocably completed. That title work is the right-of-way legal description and documentation is currently under review by the title company and will be available for signature shortly. The current General Plan 2003, adopted by Town Council in 2003 and ratified by the citizens in November of 2003, describes the overall plan regulating the manner and placement of broad categories of land uses known as land use designation. Chapter 3, the land use element, describes a zoning district effective at the time of of the General Plan 03, as well as the land use designations. The definition of medium-density residential found on page 33 is as follows. The density range for medium-density residential is for lots 2 acres or less in size. This designation is intended to promote both single-family and multifamily residential along with mobile home parks. This designation also includes planned area developments whereby density bonuses may be granted in order to maximize economy of infrastructure, open space, and affordability. The commercial land use guidelines divide commercial as this. The commercial designation is intended to guide the expansion of commercial uses throughout town as a community grows. Commercial uses are directly connected to transportation modes and major intersections. Currently, the Highway 89 corridor is the designated commercial sector for the community. As other roadways are improved and their uses are expanded, both residential and commercial development will be extended to these areas. Examples are the corridors along Perkinsville Road and the Glassford Hill Extension. Finally, it defines planned area development thusly. The planned area development overlay provides for development in which dwelling units are clustered in order to maximize economy of infrastructure and open space. This is achieved through the density bonuses, open space, and conservation easements. The purpose of a PAD is to encourage the preservation of agricultural and natural open space, enhance affordability, minimize cost of public services, conserve water, and improve landscaping and promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of the planned area development and the citizens of Chino Valley. A planned area development overlay is only allowed with an operating wastewater system and portable water system or equivalent. These definitions are very important in the context of this proposed rezoning, as the congruence of this specific rezoning with the existing general plan needs to be clarified. The guiding principles, goals, and policies set forth in the general plan 2003 set forth a framework within which future growth should occur and describes the type of development the community as a whole wished to see. The guiding principle for the land use element states that the town of Chino Valley will provide a sustainable mix of land uses that will maintain a quality of life and enhance the vitality of the community while promoting economic development and new development at appropriate locations. Goal LU1 is to preserve the stability and diversity of the town's existing neighborhoods while allowing for increased density for infill purposes. Of this, LU 1.3 specifically requires that new densities are in conformance with the future land use map designation. The definition previously cited specifically calls out multifamily housing as an acceptable use in the multifamily residential land use designation. Land use 1.4 states that the type and density of land shall be consistent with that of the immediate neighborhood. Multifamily housing is frequently used to buffer single-family residential from nearby commercial uses similar in nature to what has been developed on the subject property. Rather than construct one monolithic building housing all 95 units, the PAD overlay enables staff to require a number of smaller structures that better fit the surrounding neighborhood. This will also allow the developer to construct the units in phases to better accommodate and adjust to market demand. The adoption of appropriate guidelines, principles, and standards that require buffers such as landscaping, open spaces, building setbacks, and so forth are required by land use, are required by LU 1.5 found on page 38 of General Plan 2003. Through the adoption of numerous landscape requirements, buffering, and setback requirements, the development standards set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance meets the requirements of this land use policy, and incorporating them in the site plan required for plan development overlay will ensure impacts of the proposed development on the surrounding neighborhood will be minimized. It also supports the use of non-compatible development as infill near or adjacent to existing residential development if the incompatible effects of the development on existing neighborhoods are mitigated. Finally, Land Use Policy 1.6 encourages infill development that takes advantage of existing municipal services, utilities, schools, and shopping centers. Goal LU4 sets forth the goal for managing growth. The first policy is LU 4.1, promote development where resources and infrastructure are already in place. The applicant already owns a water company, extension of sanitary sewer services or construction of a suitable alternative are things that can be considered during the planned area development overlay and site plan process rather than prior to rezoning, as it's not a condition of rezoning. Land use policies 4.2 through 4.4 require the coordination of centralized municipal water and wastewater systems with existing and future development and obligate development to shoulder its share of development impact cost. Land use policy 4.5 mandates that the high-density residential developments have direct access to arterial and collector streets to minimize impact on lower-density residential areas. As related to the subject zoning, UDO Section 4.28 identifies Road 4 North and Road 1 West in their entireties as arterials, providing access to arterials for residents of any future multifamily housing development. Consideration of the town as a whole that provides a place to live, work, play is the purpose of land use goal number 5. Supporting policies LU 5.1 through 5.4 encourage the development of a range of housing options, community services such as parks and recreational facilities, facilitate industrial and commercial development, and offer neighborhood commercial nodes. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning is in compliance with the general plan in effect on the date of the potential approval, and no additional amendment of the general plan is necessary, nor is Mr. Cordovana obligated to complete and file a general plan amendment to accommodate his project. General Plan 2014 sets forth a new concept in land use planning for the town of Chino Valley, and those are community cores. These areas are intended to offer mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented developments that can offer alternatives to the automobile-centric development patterns currently found in Chino Valley. This same concept can be applied to the subject property by use of a planned area development or overlay. Designating it a senior living core or senior living planned area development could offer such uses as restaurants, recreational facilities, medical services, enrichment classes, and other activities that specifically serve an aging population and are within walking distance of the proposed multiple family residential use in surrounding single-family neighborhoods. The new general plan supports the concept of cluster development. In fact, the single goal set forth in the land use element is to focus on community development of community cores and on lifestyle choices in land use. This goal is supported by 4 target strategies. Number 1, encourage new varieties of residential and compatible development in community cores for sustainable lifestyle choices. Protect existing residences and large lot neighborhoods as new lifestyle choices develop. Revise the UDO to add significant buffering and screening where new community cores or other non-residential uses are proposed adjacent to existing residences. Avoid proximity of incompatible land uses. Identify high-intensity types of land uses such as heavy industrial. Strive for developments that fulfill the community vision while allowing for flexibility and encouraging innovation. The land use element narrative discusses current housing and population trends, and in laying the foundation for the community core concept, the general plan recognizes, quote, that there is a need for some additional types of land use patterns in Chino Valley to accommodate the needs of its multi-generational and aging population. Its desires to create healthier and less costly lifestyle options and promote a sustainable economy. The proposed rezoning will allow for the development of a small commercial and recreational cluster to serve the surrounding neighborhoods within walking distance of the subject property and allow for the future development of housing options that are currently unavailable in Chino Valley. Staff finds that the proposed rezoning can resolve the long-standing conflict between the Lavacara Trust, surrounding property owners, and the town, and provide a means by which the Windmill House can be reopened, providing the public with an additional activity and entertainment facility in the town. The addition of multifamily housing component will expand the availability of a variety of housing choices in the town. We have a list of conditions of approval. We can go through those now if you'd like.
No, ma'am.
Catch your breath.
What? Hey, listen, I left a lot of this out.
Take a breath, please. No, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That was, thank you for giving us a very comprehensive package to look through, and also our audience is able to see where some of our land uses according to our last general plan and land uses. Some of our new general plan folks are here with us tonight, and they help develop those new uses. What I'd like to hear now, if it's at all possible, is from Ms. Smiley, our attorney. Are you ready to address how the packet that was placed before planning and zoning, the laws that how do I put this? The information that was given to planning and zoning, and how we have to stay within certain parameters dealing with that material, that topic. When we spoke earlier, you had said we need to ensure that we stay only on the rezoning issue, that we don't range outside of that. Did you need to address any of that now, Ms. Smiley?
Mayor Marley, I'm not sure that I do. Our earlier discussion was about what zoning actually addresses, and that is the use of the land. And the use of a PAD overlay zoning district allows the town to condition or modify the regulations that are normally in that zoning district. So, for example, you're going, the proposal is to rezone to a commercial light zoning district, which has certain uses and certain requirements that, without a PAD overlay, apply to this property, or would apply to this property. But because you're using a PAD overlay zoning district on top of that CL light zoning district, you can provide conditions. You can limit the uses, you can modify setbacks if you want, that kind of thing. So that's basically what our discussion was. Other than that, if something comes up, I'd be happy to address it.
Cool. That's one of the things when we do bring in public comment. I would like, Ms. Mayday, I was hoping you hadn't disappeared on us. I would like, as we have public comment, if it please the council, as we have public comment, after each comment, I'd like to have Ms. Smiley and Ms. Mayday address things that were brought up in there, because one of the things that we've experienced in times past is folks err an opinion, and that is taken for the gospel truth, whereas there may be law that conflicts with that. There may be other material that our audience needs to hear. Ms. Mayday, are you ready for your second shift? Are you good for the moment? Okay. No.
Overtime.
All right.
All righty. So, briefly, this is the existing site layout of the proposed 16.8 acres that Mr. Cordovana has asked for the amended zoning on. This portion on the top is limited to commercial. This portion on the bottom is 6.55 acres, where he has requested the ability to develop some multifamily housing. This is the development plan. This is the, as I mentioned in the staff report, the applicant has agreed to break up the number of buildings so that there's not one huge building with 95 units, but rather smaller structures of no more than 20 units that are no more than 2 stories in height. Again, this is just an example of where the buildings would go, how they sit on the property, where the driveway would be to access them. It would not be an additional cut onto 4 North. It would be just off of the driveway that already exists on his property. This is an example of parking and landscaping. This is This is not the final plan. This is simply to illustrate where the residential is, where the commercial is.
Okay, excuse me for just a second. Councilwoman McKee had a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
This plan here, was this the plan that was presented at the neighborhood meeting in August?
No.
Was this the plan that was presented to P&Z a couple of weeks ago?
No, this was not. There were a number of questions from both the commissioners and the public to further clarify what it was that Mr. Cordovana wanted to do. So I asked Mr. Cordovana to come back with a plan that showed an example of what the layout would be. This, however, is the plan. This is the site plan that was included in the planning and zoning meeting.
Okay, so he took the site plan and just added to it?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and that was for clarification
That was for
purposes.
clarification,
Okay.
yes.
Any follow-ups? No? Okay, yes, ma'am, continue.
All righty, so the conditions of approval. The site plan shall be in substantial conformance with all applicable town codes, building codes, and engineering requirements unless otherwise modified herein. The property owner agrees that the approval of this action confers no additional entitlements or rights to the owner, applicant, or successors in interest other than those that are specifically vested herein. All structures open to the public or in close proximity to the public or common areas shall be inspected by the building official or his/her designee and conform to currently adopted Town of Chino Valley building codes. No business license shall be issued until such inspections have been performed and all deficiencies have been corrected. Any future additions to or expansion of existing structures shall require amendment of the development site plan. Construction of multifamily housing may require extension of municipal sewer and water service from its closest termination point to the site, depending upon the number of dwelling units, and will require submittal of an amended development plan. Prior to the issuance of any business license or building permit, Lavacara Trust will dedicate and convey right-of-way in compliance with the standards set forth in Section 4.23 and 4.28 of the Unified Development Ordinances for the full frontage of West 4 North as it relates to this parcel of land. Developer shall submit for approval by Town Council a detailed site plan showing, at a minimum, locations of buildings and streets, setbacks, landscaping, outdoor lighting, building elevations, parking, retention, and drainage. Any amplified music or other noises associated with the uses subject to this PAD shall not exceed 60 decibels at the property boundary. Uses are limited to the following: restaurants, cafes, and coffee shops, dancing, art, music, and other educational facilities, indoor and outdoor sales of nursery stock, public utility buildings, structures or appurtenances thereto for public service use, indoor theater or assembly halls, commercial greenhouses may be permitted with a minimum of 10 acres, catering services for off-site events, casita to be used in conjunction with the weddings, multiple family residential MRPAD in accordance with UDO 3.14 multiple family residential and limited to the 6.55 acre parcel identified on the development plan attached hereto and made a part hereof. Weddings and other private events shall end no later than 12 a.m. Buffet and restaurant service. The Planning and Zoning Commission looked at this and we had, I believe, a closing time of 8 o'clock. Festivals, we originally included pumpkin festivals only. Western town activities subject to the final inspection and approval of all structures by building official or his or her designee prior to the initiation of public activities and family movie nights. Anything else?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On page 86 of 143, when you, down in the middle of the page where it says weddings and other private events shall be no later than 12 o'clock midnight, private is stricken out and shall end no later than midnight is also stricken out. And then the next one, banquet and restaurant services shall end no later than 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Why are those stricken out? And
Right. Pumpkin Festival as well. Those were proposed, this is part of the staff report and not part of the ordinance. These were a request by the applicant to consider striking this language. It's at the discretion of council whether or not they want to do that.
And we will be addressing, matter of fact, beginning on page 89, we will be addressing the ordinance itself. I'd like to go through it line by line with our council, so we'll be addressing all those items. Does anyone have any further questions for Ms. Mayday? No? Okay. As I indicated, I'm hoping that as a council we can go from page 89 on through page 91 and deal with those items line by line. But I'd like to ask for input from our public before we do that. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, just as a point of order. Oh wait. As a point of order, Mayor, the ordinance also includes the development plan, so that's proposed. So if you're going to be going through the ordinance line by line, you may also want to look at Exhibit 3, which is the development plan.
Okay.
And it is incorporated into the ordinance.
Okay. I had understood that the development plan was still somewhat conceptual, but if we can look at it as a council and get some input on that thing.
It is somewhat conceptual.
Yes, ma'am.
However, because there is a site plan, a specific site plan that will address the details.
Right.
That will also come back to council at a later date. But this plan is the development plan that was submitted and that will be adopted and incorporated into the ordinance.
Okay, I stand corrected. We will be addressing page 95 also. I don't think we'll have too much discussion on page 93, but we'll take a look at 94 and 95 also. Okay. Matter of fact, '97 and 95 look to appear to be the same. Is that correct? Page 97 and page 95.
They're the same. I think one's just more easily read.
You should have Exhibit 1 is the legal description. And then there is also the map that we used at P&Z showing the commercial light and the multifamily residential. And then Exhibit 3 is the development plan.
Okay. I'm going off the page numbers off of the top.
Sure.
And
I don't have those page numbers. I have a different version.
Okay. I believe page 94 is the one that Ms. Mayday was addressing as far as the commercial light and the multiple residential.
Correct.
And then page 95 is Exhibit 3, the development plan. So we'll be addressing those also. All right. Our first speaker from the public will, and does it please the council that after each speaker, we'll allow Ms. Mayday and Ms. Smiley to address those things. I don't want to compound any misconceptions. I'd like to deal with them right up front. Is that okay with our council? Yeah. Okay. The first one up will be a Mr. Ron Maines. He contacted Town Hall earlier this week and requested 8 minutes. And since I only have 3 minutes on an egg timer, we'll let you go. And just a quick reminder to our public, as Mr. Maines, if you would identify the citizen group that you're representing, and also for our public, please don't repeat the arguments that Mr. Maines sets forward. If you have new arguments, then please, or new thoughts, please present. Mr. Maines, go ahead.
Ronald Maines, and I am a resident of Chino Valley. I cover some of the same things, so I'll try and paraphrase a little bit where I can.
Okay.
Here we are again with another request for rezone by Mr. Cordovana. Let me begin at the beginning with the neighborhood meeting. There were 25 or 30 neighbors in attendance, plus the attorney and Mr. Cordovana. As Ms. Mayday indicated, there were three neighbors. The attorney and Mr. Cordovana were in favor of what was being presented. The rest were opposed to the commercial light rezone. And again, Mr. Cordovana was asked, what do you want to do? And the answer was to reopen the windmill. The attorney didn't want to discuss the possibility of a conditional use permit would be sufficient to reopen the windmill. He had a rather lengthy list of commercial light applications that they might ask for, but nothing specific. And there was no mention of multi-family residential on 6.55 acres at all. So the request that came before Planning and Zoning was entirely different than the original request. For that meeting, this room was probably about 2/3 full. Nice turnout of the neighbors. This time the people that spoke in favor of the request were the attorney, Mr. Cordovana, and the staff spokesperson. Chairman Warich of the Planning and Zoning allowed everyone who wanted to speak all the time they needed to do so. It was a pretty long meeting. There was not one single neighbor who spoke in favor of the rezone. The commissioners found that there was no plan in the commercial light planned area development and the multifamily residential planned area development and voted no. And they advised, as Ms. Mayday said, to have the applicant bring a plan at the next time. That brings us to now. In spite of the overwhelming opposition at the meetings and the 26 protest letters that I received, the recommendation is for approval of the rezone. Staff has cherry-picked through the general plan and the UDO for justification for approval, and one can do the same thing going through the general plan and UDO to justify denial.
Excuse me for a second, Mr. Raines. Oh,
sure.
We're sort of ranging off into discussing motives of staff, so please stay clear of that. All right? Thank you.
Okay, the rezone now requests commercial light planned area development overlay, and a multifamily residential planned area overlay. The UDO does provide for that, as Ms. Mayday pointed out. To be more precise, in the general plan use section, LU 1.4 says, assure that the type and density of land use shall be consistent with the immediate neighborhood. Note that it says shall. In the legal sense, that means it is mandatory and not to be abrogated. This proposal is in no way consistent with the immediate neighborhood. Picture a mini mall with 95 apartments. Multifamily residential apartments is high density by definition, and the immediate neighborhood is all medium density, which is also explained. Recall June last year when the request then was for a manufactured home park. Planning and Zoning heard the proposal twice to try to make it work, but finally said no. And the town council denied it based on the fact that it was high density and it had only 74 spaces. Now staff is saying it's okay to have 95 apartments. That certainly would not be consistent with the town's part. Considering apartments in Chino Valley, Granite Creek, Antelope Valley, Lakeside are all in the Highway 89 commercial corridor, not in some medium density residential area. Even the small apartment complex across from Lucy's Tavern is in a commercial area. One more point about apartments. Staff asserts that there is a need for apartments. I don't think so, because there's a lot of land available in the corridor, commercial corridor, and if apartments were needed, a developer would be taking care of that need. Concerning Planning and Zoning's assessment that there is no plan in the planned area development, I agree. Looking at the commercial light area shows nothing planned. It shows only what it presently exists. It's on the other video. The multi-family residential area shows a sketch that has been added, but there are no plan specifics. If this is approved, it looks to me like Mr. Cordovano would have an open-ended authority to do anything he wants as long as the conditions of approval are met. We don't know what he would do, and you don't know what he would do. When this process started this time, we were hopeful that there would be a request that we could all agree on, but it turns out to be another overreach and nothing that we can embrace. Most of us are realistic about having the windmill operating, and a new conditional use permit could be crafted that would allow expansion of permitted uses, which would make it profitable. So, in conclusion, if you vote no, Mr. Cordovano goes back to the drawing board and works up a request for a CUP, or he can wait for a year and come back and try again for a rezone of some sort. If you say yes, it will trigger a referendum, which creates a lot of problems for the town and lots of problems for me as well. I would certainly rather be doing something else with my time. But most importantly, it will let the voters decide this issue. Thank you for your service. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please be seated. Yes, ma'am, if you would, and then Ms. Smiley, if there's anything. I had written down 3 points, and hopefully they'll be covered. Go ahead.
The rezone of the commercial light PAD and MR overlay is provided for in the general plan. It is provided for in the Unified Development Ordinance. Yes, it does say assure and shall be consistent, which is the responsibility of staff in reviewing the site plan that is required before Mr. Cordovano can do anything. The 95 units is the maximum that he is allowed to construct under the requirements of the UDO. The land and commercial corridor would be developed if there was demand. I can't even begin to speculate on how developers decide when to build what where. So that's not something really that we consider. The no plan specifics comment, that comment was made at the P&Z Commission. This is what prompted me to ask Mr. Cordovano before this meeting to provide a map that shows where things are going to go, how the residential would lay out. In terms of the conditional use permit being crafted to allow uses, I can't really speak to that other than it's Mr. Cordovano's constitutional right to come in and ask for rezoning, and that's what he's done. And as far as the referendum, that's certainly Mr. Maine's prerogative to go ahead and do that if he so chooses.
You bet. Excellent. One that I would like to cover, I had written down the request before the P&Z was entirely different than that which is before council. That which came before P&Z did not mention any apartment
Yes, it did.
buildings? It did mention
Yes.
apartment buildings.
The discussion regarding multifamily housing came after the neighborhood meeting, but before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, after neighborhood, but before P&Z.
And there were no maps or diagrams at the neighborhood meeting.
Okay. Before P&Z. Ms. Smiley, did you have anything to add?
I don't think I have anything to add except to comment on Mr. Maine's comment that if the ordinance is approved, if the rezoning is approved, then Mr. Maine's can do anything that's permitted in the zoning district unless it's conditioned otherwise. And he's right. I mean, that is the way zoning works. Zoning gives you a right to do things with your land in whatever is permitted in that district. In this case, Mr. Cordovano has agreed to certain conditions that he's willing to live with. So that is true.
But if anyone in our audience purchased a piece of commercial heavy property, he'd have a set list of uses that he could, anything within that list he could do on his property. But if he purchased that commercial heavy property and then had a PAD overlay, theoretically that would narrow the scope of what he could use, correct?
It could, if he agreed to that. Or it could change a setback that everybody else had to comply with. Maybe his lot didn't fit with the, the setbacks that are required would be a hardship on his lot. So, things like that.
Okay. So
But yes, he's right. Certain, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a bit on that point. I believe what's missing in this discussion is the fact that the site plan will dictate building elevations, colors, the actual parking, the actual landscaping. All of those details are set out in the site plan that Mr. Cordovana will have to file before he can do anything else. Now, he can come to the town staff and ask for whatever he wants. That does not mean that town staff will approve it.
Okay. And what we're going to be discussing tonight, if and when we ever get to page 95, which is Exhibit 3, will be the development plan. The site plan actually gives elevations and all that.
Right. The site plan is the plan that contains all of that detail, but we don't generally ask for those until someone has zoning, because they're very expensive to complete. To get an illustration of what the actual building looks like, to get all of the drainage and grading and all of the other requirements of that plan is quite costly. So it's not fair to ask an applicant to provide that information until we have rezoned the property appropriately. Then they can go forth and design, and then we come back and regulate.
Okay. And I don't believe that it's legal for us to demand a site plan when we, at the zoning stage. Is that correct, Ms. Smiley?
Not exactly.
Okay.
You could,
Okay,
but
we could.
for a PAD,
Okay.
you could do. You could.
Okay.
But your code is written so that it allows for a development plan, and then you can bring back the site plan that's more detailed later.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's usually what happens.
Okay.
Sometimes the site plan will just show a building in the middle, and that's it. So, I mean, the development plan. Sometimes it will just show where the zoning districts are in the PAD. You can get all different degrees of detail in there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Jay Bates. I represent Appaloosa Homeowners 2. A couple of things that just bothered me about this whole situation. Number one is, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the neighborhood meeting is supposed to be for disclosure of what is supposed to transpire on any given property in proximity to the neighbors. Is that correct?
If you're up for questions right now, I guess we can stop your 3-minute timer.
Okay, then
and get
that's
that
okay.
answered.
I'll just
Okay.
state it, and then we can
Yeah,
get, you
okay,
guys can get
good.
to it. Because that wasn't done. I even mentioned this before. I called Mr. Cordovana at that point and asked him what his agenda was and what he wanted to do specifically, and he told me specifically, I just want to open the windmill. And that was the whole thrust of the conversation. And so I said, well, I don't see any way anybody'd have any problem with that. Then all of a sudden, it came up to a site like we've got on the map there, and it's supposed to be this, and nothing else was disclosed. And then all of a sudden, it's something else. I don't know how anybody makes a decision with everything coming in at certain intervals, and nothing's proposed at the same time in the beginning. The second thing, since 2003, this has been going on. Several permits have been granted, and no performance, and then they're taken away, or granted and taken away. It just doesn't make any sense to me. When it comes to impact plans, several cities require impact plans on the community prior to any kind of zone changes. So I don't think it's wrong to expect somebody to show us what an impact's going to be on the community when we approve a plan such as this one here. So my estimation, I'd like to see that out. The other statement was made by Mr. Cordovana or somebody associated with him that they sent out petitions and had 600 signatures. A lot of those signatures were from Scottsdale and outside this area that had no proximity to this development plan here. I don't know where they came from. Second thing was letters were sent out and they said, would you support the windmill reopening? That's all it said. And nobody would have a problem with that, I don't think. So a lot of those petitions were signed, yes, they'd support it, but I'm sure that they didn't see what was going on here with all the ramifications that have come to light after the fact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We gave him 30 extra grains of sand there. Ms. Mayday, you're up. Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Okay, the purpose of a neighborhood meeting is for a developer or an applicant to discuss a proposed zoning change or a proposed development with the surrounding community or neighborhood. It is not at all unusual for the plan to change after the neighborhood meeting to try to accommodate some of the complaints or suggestions offered by the neighbors. So that it's changed after the neighborhood meeting is not that unusual. In terms of requiring impact plans to determine the impact on the community, the town UDO does not require that. The town policies do not require that. Again, this is just these are quite costly to perform. In terms of the Windmill House petitions that were signed by people that were not from the area, the town staff has no control over what Mr. Cordovana puts on his petitions, nor do we control how people sign them. So I think that covers pretty much all of them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smiley, did you have anything to add there?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Town has no control on petitions. Okay. Yes, sir. We're starting the sand right now. So.
1 minute and 6 seconds.
Finally, you can do it.
It was credited from my first approach to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
I will paint with a broad brush. That means I'll cover a lot with one swipe. And Mayor and Council, I appreciate this opportunity to speak on this subject. Notwithstanding the city or the town of Chino Valley's plan for future development, we are essentially urban along 89. We are suburban for most of the rest of our town. We who live in this area are on 1 to 5 acres. We are your constituents. We depend upon you to help us maintain the quality of life that we bought into when we came to Chino Valley. We bought our property. We spent money developing it, and we have a very wonderful area to live. We are not a city yet. We don't want multi-family housing in an area of 1, 2, 5 acre pieces of property where we live. That's pretty simple. That's the objection that I have. I can't speak for anybody else, but I know I've gone to several of these meetings, and almost 100% of the people who attended these meetings were against this zone change. So I'm appealing to the town council to consider the wants, the objectives of the people who live there. We have other problems that I'm not going to discuss. Somebody else is going to, but the broad brush is, we're not ready for a commercial development right in the center of a nice residential area of 1 to 5 acre residences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Mayday.
Mr. Paul's comments regarding the 1 to 5 acres and his desire to maintain his quality of life when he and others came here, that they spent money to develop their properties. By that same token, Mr. Cordovana bought quite a large piece of property, and he does also have a right to develop his property. It's something that the town needs to consider. And just as the other residents in the area have wants and objectives, so does Mr. Cordovana. He has the legal and constitutional right to ask the question. It's a difficult decision to try to balance the needs of the existing community and the existing land uses with what Mr. Cordovana has proposed. However, just because there are only 1 to 5 acre parcels in that area does not mean that that is all that can be in that area. And I think that's the commercial development is limited to a very small area. Again, most of it is already built out, so the additional commercial uses would be limited to basically here, and if he were to remove the existing greenhouse, something could go, well, is that in the, no, that's within the boundary of the residential. So really, this is all he can develop here. The western town is here. This is the existing clubhouse. This is the existing casita or cottage. This area is all lake, so there's very limited space for additional commercial development. We're not looking at a shopping mall or a strip mall or a gas station or a Circle K. It's just something small that would fit in this area here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Smiley, did you have anything to add there? Okay. Yes, sir, in the red shirt. The red shirt.
Partners to the red hats.
Again, my name is Dan Carlson. I am a resident of Chino Valley. I'm a customer of Appaloosa Water Company, and my big question that I have is, where is the water going to come from to service his development? Mr. Cordovana has, as the owner of the water company, has already asked to double, triple, quadruple the water rates to expand his.
Excuse me, I think we're getting outside of the zoning question itself. We have to be real careful with that.
Well, if it's out of the zone of the zoning question, when am I going to be allowed to ask a question like that? Because you're going to vote to approve a situation, and there's a history, as Ms. Mayday shared, but there's some other history too. Mr. Cordovana built a water pipe under Road 4 North.
Yeah, I think we're wandering outside of that. If you were to buy a piece of property, 5 acres of farmland, and you wanted to start a commercial development with it, you'd have to go through tech review. And those kind of things are covered, I believe, under the tech review process.
Well, I'll ask this question then. Hopefully, you know, there have been petitions mentioned in this. Okay. Is one of the questions, if this project was going to be built next to you, would you vote for it? I would ask each of the council members, you are representing us, the people, and would you approve this as your next door neighbor, this project? And that is something, you know, that I think is the real nut question that has to be answered. Mr. Cordovana bought this property with the stipulations that he bought it at, with the zoning that he bought it at. Yes, he wants to change it. He has that right to request that. But we're asking for you to vote no.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Well, I know, but he's already sent us about 300 emails, so I wanted to have Ms. Mayday speak and.
Again, we have discussed at length with the public the issue with the Appaloosa Water Company that is not part of this rezoning, that is regulated by the Arizona Corporation Commission, and if there are issues related to the Appaloosa Water Company, it needs to be dealt with through the ACC. In terms of would all of you vote for it, I can't really answer that. Yes, the property was bought at AR5 by Mr. Cordovana. However, it's not at all unusual to rezone property, especially property bought for future development, from the original zoning classification to something of a higher density.
That's traditional. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and Ms. Smiley, did you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, Mr. Pasiak.
Thank you. Finally.
Incidentally, it's a C, not a Z. And I have to apologize to half the council. But first, my name is Gary Pasiak. I live in Chino Valley, and I'm a member of the Chino Valley Planning and Zoning Commission. I sent an email to town council this afternoon, and I forgot to put AZ on half of the email addresses, so I have to apologize to the vice mayor, councilperson McKee and Turner, and I hope I pronounced this last one right. Wojciech?
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 Would that be me?
That's you, yeah. I got the same problem with my name too, so.
With a C.
Just don't worry about the C.
Okay, anyway, I didn't get the email correct. A lot of the items that I had in my email have been addressed by other members that came up and told you of their concerns. Two of the items that are still on the email that I want to bring to your attention is that at the bottom of page 87, it says other pertinent documents available upon request. Well, a pertinent document would be the minutes of the special meeting that the Planning and Zoning Commission had on September the 16th. That is not available. The staff is not, it hasn't been typed up yet or approved by Planning and Zoning Commission. And then the other item I had is that I questioned the town planner if the roadway development would be required of the developer, and what I received was that the town engineer said it would be okay. And I'm a licensed engineer in 2 states. I have 40 years' experience, and I can't understand how a determination can be made without some kind of study or analysis. If you would pull up the plan after this existing site layout. Yeah, that one right there, the development plan. Planning and Zoning Commission was told we'd have a chance to look at it before, I forget what before, but I guess we're seeing it now. There's 2 members, myself and another member of the Planning and Zoning Commission are here. But we were told we'd have a chance to look at it before it went further. Couple of items. As I said, we hadn't seen the development plan. Road 4 North, it's been told that it's an arterial road. Well, it is not built to an arterial standard right now. It's built to the standard of a local road. 1 lane of traffic each way, no turning bays. You need to figure out the turning activity that's going to happen with this development. I saw the zoning request as a spot zoning. The nearest commercial from this site is 3/4 of a mile. The town planner mentioned the 2014 general plan that is on the ballot right now. I looked at the 2014 general plan as part of being a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. This area was not indicated as a core item or core area in the general plan. And then lastly, and I think more critical than anything, is that once the zoning is changed on this property, that property can be sold with that zoning. And changing that does give quite a bit of value as to agricultural, residential, 2 to 5 acres, to all of a sudden commercial, and all the things that can be done by right in a commercial area. And then lastly, if you would look, the action item, again, from our special meeting was recommending denial. And I would like to leave this email with the council so they could review it, because as I said, about half of you did not receive it.
Okay. And
thank you.
Thank you. I believe on our items, those need to be given to our town clerk, and our clerk can see that they are distributed. We like to, and I understand there was a mistake in the email mailing. One thing I would like to ask Mr. Pasiak and other folks within our audience, if you have access to information that you feel the town council should have, if you have something that you feel is pertinent to get to the town council, please do not wait till 5 hours before the council meeting and drop it on us.
I got your list early in the morning. I was juggling as to should I or shouldn't I.
Yeah.
And one item in that email that I sent is the homeowners in Appaloosa Meadows. They did question the quality and quantity of the water being supplied.
Yes, sir. And
addressed as to
okay.
appropriation.
All right, you bet. I wanted to let our audience know that as a rule, when something is dropped on our desk last minute, it usually round files till the next meeting. So anyway, I read it. I talked with our staff on it, and you guys will hopefully have a copy of it here shortly. Ms. Mayday.
Yes, sir. In reference to the meeting minutes from the September 16th, 2014 special meeting that was held, those minutes have been available since October 8th. The draft minutes have been available. They have not yet been approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. As of 8:30 p.m., I have yet to receive a request from any member of the public, the applicant, any commissioner, or any council person for a copy of the minutes.
I was told today they weren't available.
I don't know who told you that.
Okay. Excuse me, sir, if you would, we have to, okay. Our audience at home, Mr. Pasiak said I was told today those minutes were not available because they have to be able to follow this at home. Why they watch this at home, not sure. Yes, ma'am, continue.
In terms of the roadway, we had quite a discussion regarding the roadway and Road 4 North, the standard that the road is built to and the capacity carrying are two different things. In terms of the right-of-way dedication, should a turn lane or a deceleration lane be required because of the density of any development, would provide the area necessary to develop such a lane. In terms of the development plan, what I referred to in that meeting was a plan that would be, the site plan, that would be coming with further details, not this plan. At no time did I say that the Planning and Zoning Commission would have a chance to review this prior to this meeting. The plan that they would be reviewing prior to approval would be the site plan that Mr. Cordovano will be submitting if this is approved. In terms of the general plan 2014 that is on the ballot, that this is not indicated as a core, the general plan has provisions for amending what is in the plan, and we could certainly propose an amendment to call this a senior living core, a senior community core. That's easily resolved. And in terms of the zoning change, property can be sold and it will increase the value. That's not something that the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Town Council can really consider, as whether the property is worth more or less and whether Mr. Cordovano stands to lose or gain any money. And I think that was all of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the excuse me, our side conversations we need to keep to a minimum. Insofar as zoning decisions, we have to be very careful that we only deal with that which is within our purview. Whether a person makes money or loses money on a piece of property, that doesn't matter to us. The only thing within our purview is, does this proposed use make sense for this specific piece of property? And outside of that, we have to be very, very careful that we don't range outside of that. Is that correct, Ms. Smiley? Okay. And did you have anything to add on?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Next. Yes, sir. The young fellow with the long mustache there.
Good evening, Council. My name is Corey Mendoza. I think I'm about ready to shoot myself in the foot for any chances of running for council again. I'm very much for individual property rights, and I think everybody has a right to do what on their property and not be affected by your neighbor. From what I'm seeing for the setbacks, the distances, that I understand there were only 3 neighbors that are actually within the boundary of what Mr. Cordovano wants to do. Appaloosa Meadows, for the most part, is out of that range. I'd live out of that range as well. As far as the threat to go to referendum again, it sounds like another KOA. And there went revenue down the road on that one. So again, I see if this happens, more revenue going down the road. You want your roads redone, you're complaining about the surfaces. Well, it takes revenue to keep our roads maintained. And so think twice before you send that revenue down the road. So that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate Mr. Mendoza bringing up the 300-foot boundary. I believe Ms. Mayday will be addressing that here shortly. Okay, Ms. Mayday?
I have no comments.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
You have no comment. All right. The 300-foot boundary, could you explain that to our audience and especially our folks at home? They need to understand what that means.
Sure. We have a picture of that. This is the 300-foot notification boundary. The Arizona revised statutes requires that a minimum that property owners within 300 feet of the subject property be notified. That's the minimum required by law, and that is what we've done here. That's the subject property again, and this is the property that we're discussing this evening. These are the adjacent property owners that are within the 300 feet.
And how many of those have written letters asking that this be denied, or can we ask that? Am I allowed to ask that, Ms. Smiley?
I have 26 letters right now. I have a response from one property owner objecting to this proposal within 150 feet.
Okay. So one requesting a reject that falls inside of that 300-foot boundary.
I'd have to go back and double check the list, but this property owner sent an email today saying they neither support nor oppose.
Okay.
This property and this property are owned by Mr.
If you would, don't tell us which property owner needs his house egged. Okay, what I'm asking is...
These are private property owners. I believe I have letters from at least one, if not two. I'd have to go back and compare the list to what the county records show as who's the owner. I can't remember all of them.
Okay, but so far we do have
one objection.
One objection from inside that 300-foot boundary.
From within the 300-foot and one objection from, there may be more from the 300-foot. Again, I need to go back and look at who exactly owns those properties.
Okay.
We have one from the 150-foot boundary.
Okay.
And that picture is here. Whoa.
Okay, could you explain the difference between our 300 and our 150 foot, and don't tell me it's 150 feet, please. What's the difference as far as notification requirement?
Sure. The 150-foot boundary is set forth as in Arizona revised statutes that any 20% of the property owners within that 150 feet can object, and that therefore requires a 75% vote of the town council to approve.
Okay.
So this is a list of all those property owners in there. This is a map of where the objection letters came from. This is the only property that we've received a letter from that is within the 150-foot boundary.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, thank you.
I think that's the last, that's how you do the math.
Okay. Anyone else from our audience? Yes, sir. The fellow with the tie.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Mark Sabate. I represent Lavacara Trust. I did have a PowerPoint that I will quickly go through, and if Ms. Mayday could help me get that up here, maybe I can do it. Okay, and if I just click it, it'll go on to the next slide. Okay, no, I just want to talk about the primary purpose is obviously of the rezoning request was to allow the Windmill House and the casita to reopen. And I believe the commentary, if you go back and look at the minutes from the P&Z hearing, that they don't have any problem with reopening the Windmill House. And as you know, pursuant to the stipulations, there are very limited commercial uses for the Windmill House, and essentially it's going to be operated in the way that it was operated in the past. The additional component is the construction of the 95 multifamily units. Now, the reason the multifamily units came about was the fact that when we had the neighborhood meetings, it was initially envisioned that it would be all commercial. So the trust said, okay, that's fine, people don't want commercial, we'll get rid of it, we'll limit the uses, and we'll use it for multifamily. And the reason that multifamily works is it serves as a buffer between the Windmill House and the neighborhood. So what are the benefits to Chino Valley? Sure, no one wants development next to them. That's just the way that it is. That's human nature. But what will this development do? Obviously provides a meeting place for community activities, provides jobs for up to 20 persons at the Windmill House. Now, this doesn't include the jobs that would be also provided by construction of the apartments themselves and the people required to maintain the apartments and also the landscaping. What else does it do? It attracts visitors to Chino Valley. This property, it's the jewel of Chino Valley. It was having people come here for weddings all the time. It's no longer allowed. That revenue is now missing from the city. So what it does is it increases revenue for local businesses. We have people that are traveling to Chino Valley, spending money here. It increases the tax revenue from sales and property tax. And as you know, sales tax is the biggest source of revenue for Chino Valley. There are a number of complaints that have been made consistent tonight and also in conjunction with the planning and zoning meeting. It's not consistent with existing neighborhood. Well, it's consistent with the community core concept that was presented by Ms. Mayday. It's also been part of the community since 2003, and the building permits was issued in January 2005. It's been almost 10 years that this property has been essentially used commercial, and people are well aware of that fact. This is not something that is new to anyone in this room. They also said that it's illegal spot zoning. This is not correct. In fact, the spot zoning is consistent with the community core concept. It's not spot zoning under Arizona law. It's not per se invalid. I cited the Haynes case, Haynes versus City of Phoenix, and I have a copy of that available for Ms. Smiley also that she can review. There's the issue, it's too far from existing commercial uses. Actually, it's about half a mile from existing CL zoning, and there's a 20-acre parcel on the south side of Road 4 North. It's located between Bacon Lane and North Road 1 West. Excessive noise, as Ms. Mayday indicated, would be subject to the noise ordinance. The apartments will serve as a buffer to limit the noise, and we can incorporate berms and landscaping to abate the noise. There's been some issues with traffic flow and congestion. Again, we're agreeing to dedicate the right-of-way to alleviate any ingress and egress into the property. In terms of congestion, obviously development means more people, but more people means more revenue for the city. The lighting issues, I think we haven't had anyone raise that. Decrease in property values, that claim is speculative. I think you've all seen the quality of the product, the windmill house. Then the final point is the CUP, conditional use permit, will solve the problem. It won't solve the problem. Without CUP, the trust cannot obtain permanent financing for the property. That's the problem. So a long-term solution is required.
Excuse me for a second.
So we would,
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. I've let a bunch of you go more. Yes,
thank
sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Could you flash those other images up on the screen so we can see them? Any further? There's excessive noise. Any others, or was that the last frame?
Let's start at the beginning. There's benefits.
Okay. Cool.
Do you want me to go through them all again?
No,
Spot zoning, this is the case that he cited, Haynes versus City of Phoenix. Too far from existing commercial. Excessive noise.
Okay.
Increased traffic flow.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, wait, there's more. Increased congestion. Lighting issues in dark sky. Decrease in property values. Low water pressure. Conditional use permit will solve the problem.
Okay. Just for our audience sake, the fellow back there with the red shirt went through 2.5 deals of sand. But thank you for reminding me. I was busy listening and writing notes. All right. Do you have anything to add or rebuttals of any kind? No, ma'am. Ms. Smiley, did you have a question, ma'am?
I do have a question. The general plan is on, with the core groups, is on the ballot?
Correct.
Correct. What if it's voted down?
Then
the spot zoning cannot be put in a core center because it's not valid, right?
No, the existing general plan addressed that, and I went through those land use policies that were in the general plan 2003. That one actually calls for small commercial nodes throughout the community. So that would, if the general plan doesn't pass, then that we would fall back to the existing general plan.
Okay. And Mr. Cordovano's property is under that existing general plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a follow-up question, ma'am? Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
I'm a little confused because the Planning and Zoning Commission apparently reviewed this on several occasions, and their recommendation, although I understand that the council is not forced to abide by their recommendation, but their recommendation was to deny the whole application. So it confuses me why we're even in a big discussion about this at this point.
Well, because the process is that once the Planning and Zoning makes a recommendation to Town Council then has a public hearing to take public comment and make a decision. That's the statutory process.
I understand all that, but my question is, why do we have a Planning and Zoning Commission to begin with then, if we're not going to pay any attention to what they recommend?
Well, I don't think that that's necessarily the case, number one. And number two, it's required by the UDO, among other things, to have a Planning and Zoning Commission. The basis for the Planning and Zoning Commission and its composition are in the UDO.
Okay. And Ms. Smiley, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't the state require that we have a PNC?
You know, I was just looking to see if it requires it or if it says that you can. I know that if you do have one, it has to have at least 5 members. But most cities the size of Chino Valley do have planning and zoning commissions. I don't know of any that don't. So, It's part of the statutory process to have a planning and zoning commission. If you didn't have a commission, you would have a hearing officer who would also do public hearings and make a recommendation to council. It's not infrequent for the council to deny a zoning that was recommended for approval by the zoning commission, or the opposite, for the council to approve a proposal that was recommended for denial by the planning commission.
Okay,
So,
thank you. And
just
it
the way it
is,
is.
it's an advisory board. Like many of our other boards, we're going to be getting a recommendation on noise abatement from our Public Safety Committee, and we may choose to accept it or not accept it. So it is an advisory board. The town council, really, the buck stops here.
Correct.
That's why we get the high pay. Yes, ma'am, you had a question?
Yeah. Ms. Mayday, could you read the P&Z recommendation again? And I know that there was a little blurb put in here, but it wasn't was it the complete recommendation by P&Z?
The recommendation by P&Z was to deny the application and require any further applications to have a development plan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We had a question back there. Yes, sir. Come on up. You bet.
My name's Gary Grindstaff, and I live right just west. I'm right next to the Windmill House property. And, I think you guys you're between a rock and a hard place. If you approve this zoning, or say if you don't approve it, there'll probably be litigation against the town.
Mm-hmm.
If you do approve it, or if you don't approve it, which way ever you go, there could be litigation from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, you're between a rock and a hard place, and you know that. I would give you some real strong advice that I would follow this new general plan that I've been badgering the city ever since Karen Phan's days to update the old one, and they finally got around to it. And I've actually read it, and, it puts these community cores right along 89 because it makes sense. That's where the infrastructure is for the vision of what it's supposed to look like, with a core, with apartment housing around this, and then all this other stuff that people could go to. It's a well thought out plan and phased over time, all around 89 where you have the infrastructure. The last thing on here, they have strategies to follow, and the second one here is it says protect the existing residents in large lot neighborhoods as new lifestyle choices develop. Well, putting a bunch of apartments right next door to me is not this community core. It's just a bunch of apartments, single bedroom, probably a lot of Section 8 housing right there next in that neighborhood, which could be single-family homes. That's what's out there now. It just doesn't make sense. It's incompatible. And, I do have property rights too, as Mr. Mendoza mentioned. I don't want my property value to decrease because there's 95 apartments next door with all the cars and noise. And that's not speculative. If that happens, I wouldn't want to buy a house next to that. So, do I get washed aside on this mess or what? But I would strongly urge you to follow this plan that we're voting on. I've already voted for it with my ballot. Follow this plan very tightly. Now, you can dice it and slice it and parse it and justify just about anything. And I think that'd be about the dumbest thing you could do.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. All right. All right, thank you. Ms. Mayday?
Whose watch? In terms of Mr. Grindstaff's comments regarding the general plan, as I've discussed before, both the existing and the future general plan would support this development, that the general plan can be amended to include a community core at this location, specifically for the purposes of a senior living core. Let's see, Section 8 housing, I can't address that because that's speculative. The applicant has said nothing about the form of, other than senior housing, has not indicated that he intends to include Section 8 housing anymore in this project. And I do believe the attorney addressed the issue of a decrease in value.
Just a quick question regarding Section 8 housing. That is a lower income housing. That would be something that theoretically would be coming before the Tech Review Board or not? Is that something that comes before technical review? Is that something that falls under the PAD? No?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Something that Mr. Grimstaff pointed out, and it's a point that's well under consideration. Either way, we can expect litigation. I believe it was Marine Corps General Chesty Puller, when it was reported in Korea that they were surrounded. He said, well, good, that simplifies things, because no matter which way you shoot, you're going to hit somebody. We want to do that which is best for the community. We want to do that which is fair. We want to do that which is legal. We want to take in Mr. Cordovana's property rights. We want to take in other folks' property rights. It's not an easy decision. We have a lot of moving parts in this, and we are doing our best to take in all of those things. So, thank you for your input, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but there's a couple points that come up that need clarification. Number one, Ms. Mayday mentioned the change from medium density to high density. That is a medium density area, and it's going to be going to high density. Number two, when Councilman Wojak was asking his question, I think what he was alluding to was the fact staff is recommending approval, P&Z recommended denial. That doesn't happen very often. Usually, there's something that causes it to happen, because the P&Z does a pretty good job of studying what's going on and following through. And the third point was at P&Z meeting, Ms. Mayday mentioned that the general plan, current and future, would both need minor amendments if this plan goes into effect. And yet this evening, I think she mentioned it would not. I don't know which is right. I don't know which is wrong. That's not my department. I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You bet.
In terms of the medium versus high density, the underlying land use designation for this property is medium density, and as I said before, I read from the definitions for the general plan that it includes multifamily housing and mobile home parks, so that this is a permitted use in a medium density residential, which is the underlying land use designation. It is not at all unusual, and I can tell you this from years of experience, for a staff to recommend approval and a council or commission to deny. And in terms of the Planning and Zoning Commission, that the current and future general plans would need to be amended. The current general plan is fine the way it is. We could amend it if we needed, if we had to, if it was the will of council. And in terms of the future general plan, we could, again, amend it if it is the will of council to include a senior living core or a community neighborhood living core to bring it in to complete compliance with the existing general plan, with the proposed general plan. It certainly is not required because it does meet both plans, but to better solidify it, that is something that the council can certainly recommend.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to extend the discussion, but I did have one point I wanted to make that I thought might help. When staff receives an application from someone who owns property or a member of the public, our job is easy. We're required to look in the book of codes or the Unified Development Ordinance and look at all the rules that apply to the thing that it is that they want to do. And if we don't find rules that say you can't do it, we make a recommendation of approval, because there's nothing in the books there that says this can't be done. You guys have the hard part, and so does the P&Z. They're the ones who have to look at the codes and then look at the impacts and try to find a way for both sides to win. So you do sometimes see staff with a recommendation of approval because the codes say this thing can work. You do sometimes see P&Z where they say, we don't think this is right, and it comes to the council and the attorneys get involved and legal determinations are made based on court precedent, and sometimes council's hands are tied. But I do want the public at large to understand that when staff makes a recommendation of approval, that's based on the codes that are in play or in force at the time. And we don't get to make a discretionary read of those. They're black and white, and we apply those codes, and then we make the recommendation. There's not a personal bias there. We're strictly tasked with looking at the codes on the books.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smiley, anything to add?
I would add one thing to that. In addition to the codes, planning staff is trained in municipal planning principles. There are degrees, there are classes that they've attended, and there are principles of municipal planning that they look at, as well as what is permitted in a particular zoning district, or what makes, and that helps them in making their decision, you know, from their experience, from the principles of planning that, you know, change from time to time. But Ruth could probably speak more to that, but it's not completely simple because, you know, you've got a developer who's got an interest and you've got the town who's got an interest. So, and you've got a code and you've got planning principles. So that's what the planning staff has to look at. And then you've got the planning commission who comes at it from a little bit different perspective as far as they listen to the neighbors, they assess what makes sense to the neighbors, and they take that into consideration, and then you've got you guys who have to make the final decision. So good luck with that.
And that's good.
I feel better now.
Yeah, we all feel better. I will ask Miss Smiley to start my vehicle tonight when we leave. Is there anyone else that wished to address council before we begin to, you wanted a second swing at us? Sir?
I just have a question.
Okay, please come up. And you are Mr. Carlson, correct?
I am, and will be. I thought I heard Miss Mayday say, and I could have misheard. I thought I heard her say that planning and zoning denied the application, and if you guys vote yes, there has to be a public hearing, or you have to have a public hearing prior to you voting. I thought that's what I heard her say. She said something after Mr. Wojciak asked the question about the planning and zoning denying the application, and then she said it's not unusual for the city council to be asked to, and she said as long as there's a public hearing. I could have been wrong.
Okay. All right. Ms. Mayday, did you say that? We have heard from the public. You'd have to be completely deaf not to figure that one out. But yes, ma'am.
I'd have to go back and roll tape and see what I said, but it's certainly, the process is for planning and zoning to review and make a recommendation to town council, and then town council makes the final decision as to whether approve or deny.
Okay. All right. Pretty clear. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Wojcik.
You know, this is definitely a touchy situation, and I think it boils down to the fact of whether people on the council and the mayor vote their own personal preference, or do they vote the majority of the constituency that they were voted in to represent.
Okay. That's a point well taken. One of the things that I encouraged folks when I was running for office is that you vote in folks that hold basically the same values that you do. It's up to us as elected officials to do our best to let you know who we are and where we're coming from. And then, yeah, I suppose we could say, yes, I'm voting for the majority of people who showed up at town council that Tuesday night, or the 10,817 people in the towns.
Also at the P&Z meetings, too.
Mm-hmm. You bet.
Neighborhood meeting.
My thoughts, this is we're not allowed to campaign. So anyway, these are my thoughts. I'm going to vote my conscience. I have to vote my conscience. I feel that when the folks in this town put me into this position, it was with understanding who I was. I did the best I could to let folks know that. So I will vote my conscience. Other folks can flip a coin back here, whatever they want to do. Ma'am, did you have something? Okay. I'm going to, if it please the council, I'm going to close out our input from the audience, and we will. Miss Mayday's moving up on us here, and we will begin on page 89, looking at the ordinance itself. We need a break. Let's have a group hug before we do that. Yeah, I'm good with a break. All right.
Point of order, please.
Reconvene at quarter after? Okay.
Rainy day fund only got $1.5 million in it. So where did that other $500 million come from? It's going to be cuts and or sweeps of cities and counties. I know, here we go.
If our council members could please return.
You're too soft-spoken.
Get them seated and get fired up. We got 40 minutes till the vice mayor becomes a pumpkin. Okay. Okay, we're back in session. We are going to be continuing on page 89 of our packet, page 89 of 143, and I'd like to go through this, the ordinance itself. I have several things that I would like to bring to council's attention that hopefully we can address. One question that remains in my mind here. Hang on for just a second, Mr. Art Savada. Yes, sir. Could I get you to come up to the microphone for a second, please? Hey, we're stuck here, so.
Yes, sir.
Is it Mark?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mark. Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
I wrote down Mark.
Okay, Mark Savada. We had several folks that mentioned that the neighborhood meeting went awry or whatever. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I didn't think it went awry.
Okay.
I understood it was going to be a contentious meeting.
Okay.
Because of the prior history of the property.
Okay.
And the way that I looked at it is that the purpose of the meeting is to receive comments from the neighbors and try to understand those comments and then work toward a compromise.
Okay.
Or at least come up with a concept that is less offensive to the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And because there was a total rejection of any commercial development, that was the reason that the trust said, okay, we will reject commercial development and we will try to do something that would be less offensive to the neighbors. And that's the reason that the multifamily was proposed.
Okay, so in rejecting commercial development, that was, little stores, doctor's office, dentist's office, that kind of stuff. What was being proposed there as far as
No,
commercial?
that was what was being proposed.
Okay.
Professional offices, other types of commercial uses, but limited commercial uses. So we just decided to remove commercial uses altogether, because the way that was conveyed to the trust by the neighbors was that we don't have any problem conceptually with the windmill house, but we have problems conceptually with any further commercial development on the property.
Okay, that's what I needed clarified. Further commercial development. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I did not go to all the neighborhood meetings because as a member of town council, I get to attend plenty of meetings as is. So, moving on to page 89, ordinance number, and if you would correct it on the top, instead of 14-778, it's 14-788. Did anyone on the council have any problems with the wording of the ordinance itself? No. I have plenty of questions on the next two pages, but I don't have any further ones on page 89. Did anyone have any questions regarding page 89 on our council?
No, I didn't.
Nope.
Keep going.
Okay. Moving over to page 90 of 143, if you would look down at item C, it says construction of multifamily housing may require extension of municipal sewer and water service from its closest termination point to the site, depending upon the number of dwelling units, and will require approval of an amended development plan. Now, Ms. Mayday, you had said something earlier regarding package sewer systems or some type of a different wastewater system. Do you remember
Sure.
that?
So this is worded for the purpose of waiting to see what it is he proposes, and that's why we use the word may require extension of municipal water and sewer and water services from its closest termination point to the site, depending upon the number of dwelling units, and will require an amended development plan. So what we're talking about here is the fact that the applicant owns a water company, and if he can adequately supply water to this development with his water company, then I'm sure that would be his first option. If it is not, then he can extend municipal water to that site. Similarly, he can extend municipal sewer to the site because the area that would be required for a septic system to accommodate this size of, if he built out the full 94 units, in all likelihood, I'm no engineer, is not available on this site. It would have to be built on an adjoining site, which would, prior to doing that, he would either have to redesign the system or amend his development plan to include that land as part of this. He'd have to expand the site to include the wastewater system.
Okay, so the drawing that we have on page 95, the development plan itself,
Correct.
given those the units, it says proposed 95 apartment units, area not to scale. Given those units, there is not sufficient leach field and septic.
Again, not an engineer, but having done this for a while, no, I don't think there is.
Okay.
So what we would require is for him to provide his own water, if he so chooses, or extend water service to this site, and then connect to the municipal services.
Okay, okay. I don't know how the rest of the council feels on it, and we cannot base our judgment on the amount of water available from Mr. Cordovana's water company. That doesn't enter into, it's not a part of our purview. But the extension of municipal sewer and water service, that's something that we have, as a council, struggled with for some time now. I am dead set against anything that resembles high density that's not connected into our town sewer system. Yes, sir, you had a question?
Where would the sewer line come from? I mean, there's nothing even close to that area.
It would be the responsibility of the applicant to extend it from its closest termination point, which I believe is at Perkinsville Road, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Mr. Gritman, could you please come forward? You knew you couldn't get through one of these.
Well, I was hoping.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, yes, and I am an engineer, so. In answer to the question, there's no way you could fit a septic system on the 16 acres for 95 units. It's just, it won't fit.
Okay.
So it would have to come from municipal. The nearest location is at Granite Creek Lane and the Santa Cruz Wash. We have looked at how to get sewer to flow basically against natural grade by bringing the line a little bit farther to the west along Granite Creek Lane. And you can sewer up to 4 North, gravity sewer, up to 4 North. North of 4 North, you can't get there by gravity. You're going to have to put in a lift station or something. But you can grab, once you hit 4 North, you can just beeline straight down 4 North because you do have fall west to east. You'll just have to figure out how to get it from 4 North back to where Granite Creek Lane is at.
Okay.
And it does work. We've actually run the calcs on it. We know that we can get there by gravity.
Does that change any, assuming that the bond issue goes through and we extend to 3? Same situation?
Yeah, 3 North is too far south from this property to gain gravity sewer to it. And we've already done the math on that one. And even at being 23, 24 feet deep at Perkinsville Road, basically between Maisie's and Alco in front of the, with a little dip right there, that's about as far north as you can get and maintain cover. You start running out of the ground anywhere you get north of 3 North there. So it's impossible for them to make it to it. So.
Okay. And I believe minimum coverage over a sewer line is 3 feet,
3 feet.
correct? Okay.
We prefer 4, but yeah, 3 feet or more.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Cordovana was made aware that he cannot use leach fields with this proposed site plan on Exhibit 3? You're not aware of that? Okay. Okay. Are you aware of it now, Mr. Cordovana? Okay. Anyway, that's one of the things that we need as we get into Exhibit 3, we're going to need to look at. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gritman. Construction of multifamily housing may require extension of municipal sewer and water surface from its closest termination point to the site. That's a tremendous length of line to have to run all the way over to Granite Creek. And yet, to approve a site that's high density like that with no, excuse me, can we stop the visiting in the back there? Thank you. The extension to Granite Creek Lane and Santa Cruz Wash would be a tremendous run. But like I said, for high-density housing, if Mr. Cordovana does not have room on his property to do that, then that's something that wouldn't even be feasible if without a larger site plan, okay? That's something that we need to visit about, okay? As I said, hang on for a second here.
So if we can go back to C here, construction of multifamily housing may. If it pleases council, we can change that to shall require extension of municipal sewer service.
Okay, if we do change it to shall require extension of municipal sewer service, as I said, that's a long run that would take other folks to chip in on that. I would think that would be quite a sewer line to run.
Quite an expense.
Yeah, quite an expense. Mr. Saveda, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Were you aware of any of this, the density, the proposed density as opposed to the amount of leach field that's available?
No, I haven't had any conversations with the engineer with respect to that issue.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and that's one that I would encourage our council.
This needs to be resolved.
Yeah. This
Needs to be resolved
this
before we
needs to
go.
be resolved. Continuing onwards, I had a question regarding item F. All amplified music or other noise associated with the uses on the property shall not exceed 60 decibels at the property boundary. We have a noise ordinance, do we not, Mr. Best? You're over the committee that resides over there.
I am.
You not only deal with dogs, but you deal with noise ordinances. Okay, excellent. I would propose to our council that since we already have a noise ordinance and enforcing this as a part of a planned overlay, I think that's a bit much. I would propose that we remove item F because we already have an ordinance dealing with it. What is our council's thoughts on that? Or have we
Well, I would
stayed
agree.
here
It-
too
It
long?
appears redundant.
Okay,
At this
okay,
point. you know.
cool.
It's already there.
Okay, that
Is it
sounds.
also 60 decibels? For
Uh,
the,
Yes, ma'am, speak into your mic if you would.
is it also 60 decibels for the town?
I do not believe we have a 60 decibel.
bit higher than that.
Okay.
60 decibel is the average human voice
Correct.
that someone who
Normal
didn't
conversation.
hit his thumb with a framing hammer?
Yes,
Okay.
right. That's a little bit higher.
Good, oh, right, thank you. But we do have a noise ordinance that we can modify with, if we have this in here, it's carved in stone, and unfortunately it is, as Councilman Turner brought up, it's a bit redundant. The only other point on page 90 that I had a question about is Roman numeral 8, casita to be used in conjunction with weddings. I don't really think, I think that becomes a nightmare of enforcement if indeed if this is passed to try to enforce only weddings being done at the casita. I think if a person wants to show a movie there or do whatever, it seems to me that we're getting a little bit over our purview and getting into meddling when we come into the casita only
We
being used
could
for
change the
weddings.
verbiage. Casita may be used for weddings.
Okay, I was thinking of just drawing a line through it.
Yeah, just scratch it.
All right, you're good with that. Any other questions on page 90 of 143? Okay, item C, the jury's still out on. We're going to have to deal with that one because as proposed, Exhibit 3, which is page 95 of 143, as proposed, there's no account taken in for dealing with the septage. Moving forward onto page 91, Roman numeral 11, it says family movie nights. I would be good with striking through the word family and simply putting movie nights there. That is a I think a limit. I would hate to see trying to enforce that if a group of Cub Scouts came to watch a movie or whatever. It just seems like movie nights is plenty. Item I, weddings and other private events shall end no later than 12 a.m. or midnight. I would like to take item I, strike through the word private, strike through the words shall end no later than 12 a.m. midnight, and move that up below the words moving nights. And if that was the case, then that would be simply another use of which the facility could be limited to. I'm not real sure that we need to hold that to ending at 12 a.m. If the sound levels are not harmful to the neighborhood. If folks still want to be sitting in there talking at 12:30 or 1 o'clock, if they're not violating the noise levels, okay? Thoughts on it? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not comfortable with that.
You're not
I think there
comfortable
should be being that it is in the midst of a residential area,
Okay.
that I think it should have a limit on that.
Okay. Well, if we do put a limit on it, then I would prefer that we do a limit on everything, not weddings. I mean, if we're going to put a time limit on, and we have to check with our attorney and see if it's even enforceable. But if we do put a time limit, and you say weddings end at midnight, and somebody says, well, this is a bunch of people having a football party or whatever.
And other events covers football
Well,
parties. It covers
right
family night
now
movies.
right now it says weddings and other private events.
Well,
But
you said
if
I struck private
okay.
because you said to.
Yeah, if we say all events shall end no later than 12 midnight or whatever. Yes, sir.
Again, we've got rules within the town, noise ordinance, so on and so forth, that cover all of this.
Mm-hmm.
If my daughter's getting married there and you tell me that I can't be there till somebody comes and says we can't be there after midnight, the decibel level's definitely going to get higher than 60.
It's going to get higher than 60,
Okay.
all right.
I just think that, there again, it's redundancy. It's ridiculous. If I want to have friends at my house in a residential neighborhood and sit out in the yard till 3 o'clock in the morning, as long as I'm not causing a disturbance,
You bet.
nobody should care.
All right. Other members of the council? Could you?
I'm just happy with that.
You're happy with what, Vice Mayor?
I'm happy with the suggestion by Lon of how we should handle this. Restriction at midnight seems a little over. My only concern is having been at a wedding out there at night would be the lighting.
Yeah.
How bright the lighting is may be out there. That might be an interference. But other than that, if the noise ordinance says you keep it low and it doesn't bother anybody, they should be able to go how long they want to go.
Okay, and I believe the dark sky compliance has already been somewhat addressed.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And I'm
ma'am?
sure that all the wedding celebrants and any other party goers are going to adhere to that, and they're going to be very calm and quiet all evening long.
There you go. Hopefully so.
That was facetious.
Yeah, you would think that the screaming would start after the wedding was done. But any thoughts from the council members on this side? None from Mr. Wojcik? Yes, sir.
We're crossing everything out on J then, right?
Well, that's what we're discussing right now.
I think it's fine. Get rid of it.
Okay, well, if we cross out item I in its entirety, then weddings would not really fall into any of the other categories: restaurants, dancing, art, nursery stock, indoor theaters. Yeah, I'm not. I guess it could fall under festivals. I would think if we take weddings and other events and kick it up to make that item 12, then that allows it as a possibility. No?
What's a festival, by the way?
We define festival, excuse me.
Yeah. Can you define that, Mayor?
It's when we're done with a council meeting. I do my festival. Did I hear the voice of Ruth? Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
Define festival.
Festivals, as a matter of fact, are a permit or a conditional use in the commercial light zoning district. The town code does set out in the UDO, a list of requirements. They refer to them as temporary uses.
Okay.
For carnivals, circuses, revivals, rodeos, swap meets, those could be weddings, outdoor retail sales, transient merchants, and similar activities as defined and regulated in Title 11, Chapter 3 of the Town Code. And the short answer, because we're getting a little late here, is that we go through a whole permitting and review process, and then we have more regulations in the Black Book about what festivals are, music festivals and other activities calculated to attract large crowds, and includes any other activity, whether in the nature of a festival, celebration, fiesta, rally, dance, carnival, circus, revival meeting, or other similar activities.
I'm sorry I asked.
Okay. So if the folks at the Windmill House wanted to hold a squash festival, because pumpkin festivals are already taken, they would have to take out a special use permit for
Yes, they have to
just
come
that?
in, right,
Okay.
and it can be a multi-weekend event, but we have to go through and make sure that they've covered all their bases.
Okay, excellent. So I'm for
You sure you don't
keeping
want me to
the-
read all of it?
I'm for keeping the word weddings rather than swap meets. Yes, sir.
Well, and I'm wondering if weddings isn't pretty restrictive. What if I want to have a reunion there?
Yeah,
What if I want to have an anniversary there?
That comes
Okay.
under other events.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as it's
Weddings
covered.
and other
Yeah.
events, okay.
So we have
Cool.
and other events.
Uh-huh. And move that up under item 11. We're past item I, Vice Mayor. Moving on to
Can I tell
J.
you what a festival is?
I can hardly wait. You can tell me afterwards.
Okay.
Western Town activities, it says Western Town activities are permitted only after final inspection. I would like to change that to shall be permitted only after final inspection, and approval of Western Town structures by the building official. That way we make sure that we've got safe structures.
Correct.
Okay, easy enough. I don't have any further questions on page 91. Did any of our council members have any? Yes, sir.
Well, not 91, I would hoping to revisit 90, item C there.
Hit your button. So
That's a hanging fruit.
folks need to hear your voice.
Revisiting page 90, item C.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how many units would be acceptable with a on-site septic system?
That would
I'm going to defer to the
require Mr.
engineer.
Grittman to give us
I thought he
a little
left
bit of a
already.
workout.
I wish I left, but no, I stayed. It's up to their engineer to calculate that. I can't be their engineer.
Right.
So
Would
they'll
we
have to go through their own calculations to determine
The soil conditions?
soil conditions, whether you want to put something under pavement, how you want to go about constructing this thing.
Yeah.
What you can fit, I don't know. 95 units, that one I do know. So somewhere between, 0 and 95 is where the true answer lies, but it'll be up to their engineer to calculate that out.
Would you guess maybe 20 or 40?
Won't even begin to offer that because I can't even begin to.
As our town engineer, you can't offer that.
Exactly.
Good.
I
Thank
can't do
you.
any private on-site stuff. I'm just giving you my professional opinion that it's going to be quite a bit less than 95, which you can actually fit there. But if he chooses to extend sewer, or if for some reason that Daddy Warbucks steps in and says that they're going to extend sewer, other activities may occur that now makes it financially feasible for them to extend sewer.
Okay.
In which case then 95 units can fit because you're dumping into a sewer line at that point.
right.
So, a number of different things can happen to make the economics of the project actually start to function at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling that Mr. Grittman couldn't offer anything near an exact opinion on that, so.
So we're kind of leaving C up to the engineer and the project.
Right,
rather than-
we're stalled on C,
Well,
okay?
In fact, we should probably just pass C up because we really don't have any way to say yes or no on C.
Right, tonight.
That's a product of his engineer, and when he
presents another drawing or something.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
the project.
We will have to revisit C. We can't.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If I can, though, because really, tonight the question before the council is zoning. So rather than getting bogged down in whether you can fit 22 units or 197 units, you're looking at a limited amount that the applicant is providing for it. You're well within your purview of the council to say that you shall have public sewer when you do your multifamily. It may be 20 years before they ever do multifamily, but when they do it, they shall have sewer for it. So there are ways that the council can deal with the zoning issue tonight, write this thing so that it works, whether it's now or 20 years in the future, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And you can easily accommodate that within just the verbiage that you have right here before you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, but for the council's sake, I want to let them know I'm still not good with C being May. I would rather, if we end up voting on it tonight, it's got to be, for me, it's
I
gotta be
agree, shall.
Okay,
Rather than may.
easy enough. Moving onwards, like I said, does anyone have any other heartburn with anything continuing down page 91?
I get a question.
Yes, sir.
Keep going back to this C. Are we considering this rezoning based on 95 units on this plan? Or are we looking at rezoning for whatever purpose?
Okay. That question, I believe Ms. Smiley is going to have to answer for us. As she pointed out, page 95 is a part of our approval. If we say we approve of this tonight, page 95 falls under the, is that not correct, Ms. Smiley?
That is correct. So I was looking to see where the 95 units is, and the 95 units is actually on the plan. And, you know, it seems like if you're getting all hung up on C, you know, there are limits, as Ron said, on what the property will allow for. So, I don't know, I forgot what the question was.
Okay. Well, the question was, Mr. Turner was saying we don't have to hang up on item C, whether Mr. Cordovana needs to connect to the sewer or not, because basically we are just doing a zoning change tonight. But I had understood from what you had said that page 95, which is Exhibit 3, is a part of what, when the gavel falls and says approved or disapproved, page 95 is in that, unless we as a council say, throw out page 95.
Well, no, and that's what I was getting at, was if we're looking at the 95 units, we can't put a septic system. Sewer is so far away. I want to know that it's a realistic project. I would think. You know, I mean, just that, can it happen?
Yeah, yeah.
We're looking at rezoning property for a project. So, can it happen?
Yeah.
So, that's all I'm asking is
Okay.
what the basis is.
You bet. And yes, sir.
Exhibit 3, the development plan, is this thing etched in stone, or is this just a dream of what he'd like to have there? Or if we approve this tonight, is this it, or
No.
is there some more? So this is just a dream. Why are we improving a development plan tonight? That's my question.
I had among my notes, detailed site plan will follow. But yes, ma'am.
If I don't start coughing again, Mayor and members of the council, the reason you are improving a development plan with this ordinance is because a PAD overlay zoning district requires approval of a development plan. That being said, you can, you know, if you're revising the ordinance, you can also ask for a revision of the development plan to show perhaps future multifamily without the number there.
Okay.
Or you could show multifamily not to exceed 95 units. You have some flexibility because you are requiring a detailed site plan to come later back to you for approval. That will be your true picture. The detailed plan may or may not look exactly like this. Probably not.
Okay. So if we were to approve this evening, to answer your question, Mr. Turner, if we were to approve this evening, I believe we would have to, where it comes to Exhibit 3, say a detailed site plan showing future multifamily will be required. Would that be correct, Ms. Smiley?
So it's already in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance.
Okay.
It's 4E, prior to issuance of a business license or any building permit, developer shall submit for approval by the town council a detailed site plan showing at a minimum locations of buildings and streets, setbacks, landscaping, outdoor lighting, building elevations, parking, retention, and drainage.
Okay, so before a building permit is given, hopefully there's a detailed plan showing how many buildings.
Correct.
Good.
Ordinarily, the development plan would show, generally they'll show phases. This would be shown as Phase 2, future multifamily development. And then once the zoning is in place, the developer then comes back with a specific plan that has to be approved by council because it's the next phase. This is Phase 2 we're going to approve now, showing all of the detail, how many trees, where they're at, what kind, the color of the exterior of the building, the finished materials.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so it seems like May still fits then.
Yeah,
Because
I guess.
we aren't there yet.
Yeah,
Correct.
We're not there yet. All right. Well, no, I.
And if I could, frankly, the availability of space on the site may drive his decision as to how many units he can develop.
You bet. You bet. Yeah, there's you're limited with this small of an acreage. You're limited with your septic, your leach fields, so.
Okay.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Is this a certified copy of the development plan?
I don't even know what you mean by certified.
Okay, well, as the site map has a certification date on it, okay? Does this development plan, when was it done by an architect, or who did it?
Would you like to answer that question?
It's sort of fuzzy, but up in the upper left corner on page 95, I believe that's the architect's stamp.
Well, there's a block right down in the.
Welker is down in the Welker Land Surveying.
Mhm.
Can you scroll up just?
Lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, I on page
right
95, which is Exhibit 3. Yeah, it's a little hard to read, but yeah.
You can see it a little more clearly on
If
97.
that's what you're asking, yes, it is stamped and
That's
sealed.
an engineer's stamp
Okay.
on it.
What's the certification date on that?
I can't see it.
August 2014. Okay, now, this was done, that was the site map that was expounded upon, wasn't it?
This is the site map that the applicant provided at the request of staff to show where the residential development may occur and in what order it may occur.
Okay, well, so he has had this, since this was certified in August of 2014, he's had this in his possession since then?
I don't know that if that's when he signed it, I don't know if that's I can't read it to tell you from this copy.
Do you need a magnifying glass?
And your point, Ms. McKee,
Well, I just wondered, because this is just coming to us now, he didn't have this for his August neighborhood meeting, and he had a mental concept of something like this for the P&Z meeting a couple of weeks ago. And now he's coming with a certified in August copy of something that he didn't present earlier.
okay,
It's confusing.
point well taken, you bet.
How do you put that back to the regular?
We're to work with what's before us tonight, and as has been pointed out, this Exhibit 3, whether it was stamped in August or in October, is it's merely a development plan. The detailed site plan has to follow. And we're requiring a development plan, but we're not requiring a site plan until after, theoretically, after the zoning.
The neighborhood meeting does not require that anybody present anything. It's simply supposed to be a discussion between the applicant, who can provide illustrations or not, and discuss with the surrounding community what their proposal is.
Okay.
But this wasn't even in the realm of any of the discussion at the neighborhood meeting.
That very well could have been. This could be a backup plan he'd already developed, but I mean, I cannot, it would be pure speculation and conjecture for me to try to answer why it is this is dated in August.
Okay.
It's not? Yes, it's dated 10-2 on the bottom.
10-2?
Good. The Court of Honor rezoning ordinance 10-2, ordinance 10-2 of 14, document number 205163, version 3. That's when we received it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Good.
Thank you.
Seems like only yesterday.
I got 5 minutes till my pumpkin.
You got 5 minutes till you turn into a pumpkin. All right.
Would it?
I'm hoping I can get past C. Like I said, it goes against everything that we as a council have attempted to do insofar as getting high density or anything resembling density housing and not tying it into the sewer. But on the other hand, if it's that length of a sewer line to run, then basically what you're doing is you're dooming a project till several years down the road.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Yeah.
You just can't do it unless he does that.
Unless he gets partners in it.
Unless he's got an engineer that can build 3-story septic systems.
Yeah, all right. Yes, ma'am.
Due to the lateness of the hour, and we don't really want our vice mayor turning into a pumpkin, could we table this and discuss it at a later meeting, or have a study session on it?
How close are we to?
Yeah, we've thrashed through these items. I would like it, all the changes in it, but we've notarized or basically we've addressed all the changes that the council has.
I call for the question.
You call for the question? Easy enough. All right. The motion, Mr. Croft.
Motion to approve the rezoning of 16.81 acres from AR5 to the CLPADO and MRPADO as stipulated in ordinance number 14788.
And as modified?
And as modified.
This evening?
This evening.
Okay.
With the
Yeah.
amendments or modifications.
Yeah, with the amendments this evening.
I'll second.
We have a motion?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Just
Yes,
one
ma'am.
real quick second. I did want to point out that there were 2 modifications that made between the P&Z and Town Council that are reflected in this final ordinance that you did not discuss. and I want to bring them before anybody does any voting. I want to make sure that that everyone is aware that these are in here. We did amend the buffet and restaurant services. They was to end at 8 p.m. At the request of the applicant. That's the text that Councilwoman McKee pointed out earlier that had to strike through. And the weddings we've already dealt with.
Okay, buffet and restaurant service on page 91 of 143.
Right, it just refers.
That's all it says is buffet and
correct.
restaurant service.
At planning and zoning, the proposal was to end at 8 p.m. Subsequent to that, we've had discussions with Mr. Cordovana, who has requested that the 8 p.m. be removed.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
You bet. It's not in our document, okay? On page 91, it simply says buffet and restaurant
Correct.
service, and that's the one that we're about to vote on.
That's where the motion was made.
That's where the motion was made.
There's no limitation on buffet.
What, there's no limitation on buffet. You can go back time after time.
Okay. Go back to sleep.
Okay, we have a motion, and yes, ma'am.
I have a comment. I'm going to abstain from the vote. I am beyond the 300-foot notification distance, but I don't want there to seem to be a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Or I'm abstaining so there won't be an appearance of anything irregular.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Smiley. I appreciate
Yes, sir.
you. Miss Smiley, the fact that Ms. McKee participated in the discussion is okay as long as she abstains from the vote, correct? Or are you going to hang me by my toes after this meeting is over with?
I'm not going to hang anybody by their toes. The statute reads that if a member of a legislative body has, or of a public body, has a conflict of interest, as it's defined in the state law, then they shall not participate in the discussion or the decision.
Okay.
So, at this point, if she doesn't want to participate in the decision, that's fine.
Okay.
But if she really had a conflict of interest to declare, then she should have disclosed that before the discussion.
Okay.
I do not.
All right.
So I think that well, I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
Okay, but at this point in time, you feel that it would be a conflict of interest?
No, no, I don't feel that I have a conflict of interest. I'm beyond the 300 feet.
Okay.
If I would vote, I would be voting what the people who elected me have been telling me for the last 10 days.
Okay.
And how to vote, so I'm not going to vote.
That's your job.
Yeah, you can vote. The rest of us are good at making people mad. So.
Also.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
During one of the intermissions, I've lost track of which one, I was provided with an additional letter of protest from one of the other property owners, so we have now reached our math. And so now we have to have a supermajority vote. So we have to have 4 of 5 for this to pass.
This is the
Sorry.
Hallmark card. It's just the gift that keeps giving. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir.
Just a quick question for Ms. McKee. So are you going to vote or are you not going to vote?
Ms. Smiley. I live beyond the notification, 300 feet area. I do not feel that I have a conflict of interest. And I would vote for what my constituents have been telling me to vote. So
There's just so much in there. The decision as to whether or not you have a conflict of interest is yours to make.
I do not have one.
Then your decision to vote is yours to make. You
I will
can
vote.
abstain always from the vote, or you can participate in the vote.
I will participate in the vote.
Okay. Excellent.
So does that change what she was just talking about.
We're
Of
going to
course.
throw all the cards in the air and we'll
Mr.
see if there's a super majority.
It's 5 of 6.
Okay, so we have to have 5 out of 6 that votes yes in order to make it pass. 5
Correct.
out of 6 votes no in order to make it not pass.
Correct. If you have less than 5 that vote in favor of this, then it will not pass.
Okay, so 3 and 3, we don't have to stay for 2 more.
No arm wrestling to split that one.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we have called for the question. We have a motion on the floor, and your motion, can you please restate it again?
Motion is to approve the rezoning of 16.81 acres from AR5 to CLPADO and MRPADO as stipulated in ordinance number 14788 as amended.
Okay, as amended. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Ms. Lewis, would you please do us that favor? And the motion is to accept or to approve. Ms. Lewis?
Do you have, should I go in the same order or change order?
Whatever order you would like, I'm comfortable with it. It's-
Mayor, before you vote, can I just check one thing on the statute here, please?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
So a yea is approving the application.
We're gonna let Miss Lewis ask us on that. She might want us to say Merry Christmas to show her.
Or we could hand out the little cards that you asked me to do last year.
No cards, please.
Mayor, Ms. McKee's got a question.
Miss McKee.
Would it be
you
a
have
yay
question.
or nay vote?
Correct.
It will be a roll call vote, and it will be yay. Now, who else had something else to say? Are we still in a holding pattern, or are we ready?
I read very slowly, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let's take the time. Let's do it right.
Number of ayes and number of nays. Yep.
And a number of absentees.
Could you bludgeon me to death with this, please? Thank you. Appreciate that.
And a number of abstainers.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really.
Those are all like that.
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Super majority
While Ms. Smiley is returning to her seat, there was a question regarding the supermajority ruling. Could you just dust over that real quickly for
Sure.
our audience?
Can we go back to
I can read it for you if you want.
Okay, please do.
Okay. It is ARS 9-462.04. And it is subsection H. If the owners of 20% or more, either of the area of the lots included in a proposed change or of those immediately adjacent in the rear or any side thereof extending 150 feet therefrom, that's your 150 feet, or of those directly opposite thereto extending 150 feet from the street frontage of the opposite lots, excuse me, file a protest in writing against a proposed amendment, it shall not become effective except by the favorable vote of 3/4 of all members of the governing body of the municipality. If any member of the governing body are unable to vote on such a question because of a conflict of interest, then the required number of votes for the passage of the question shall be 3/4 of the remaining membership of the governing body, provided that such required number of votes shall in no event be less than a majority of the full membership of the legally established governing body. So, just a second. You are required to have a favorable vote of 3/4 of all members of the governing body of the municipality. You have 7 members of your governing body. So you need 3/4 of 7.
I would think it would be the
Did I
number
read it wrong?
available.
It doesn't say those present, it says all members.
It says all members.
Well, if we vote now, then everybody could get their calculators out afterwards while the rest of us are sleeping. How's that? I'm good
If
with
you-
moving forward with the question.
Let's go forward, we need to do it all.
Can we go forward with the vote and then?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
How do we?
If I can do whatever I want, I would move to adjourn, so, all right.
Not your turn.
Yeah, not my turn, not my turn. Okay, we have a question, we have a second. We're going to do a roll call vote. Ms. Lewis, aye will be yes and nay will be nay, correct? Unless that changed. All right, let's go.
Are we ready? All right, I'm going to start with Councilmember Wojcik.
Yes.
Councilmember Best.
Aye.
Councilmember McKee.
No.
Councilmember Turner.
Yes.
All right, Vice Mayor Croft.
Yes?
And Mayor Marley.
Yes.
So we have 5 yeses and 1 no. What is the outcome? Yeah, well, if it's based on all, it's 6. We would need 6.
That's 80%.
Call up Roberts.
Hmm?
Can we call that Mr. Roberts?
So if we base it on all, then the motion fails.
Okay, so we're not sure what the motion, whether it passed or failed. I'm good with that. It's been one of those evenings.
Can we move on?
Can we move onwards? Mr. Turner has that sad
so
look.
what if Linda Hatch never comes back? Then are we stalemated on this?
Well, if you had a vacant seat on the council, then you would have 6 members of the governing body. And so how many votes would you need? 5?
5.
So you would need 5.
What if,
But she's
I guess
still
what
on
I don't get
council.
is what happened to having a quorum?
It's, the statute requires 3/4 of all members of the governing body. If the legislature had meant 3/4 of the members present, they would have said that.
Okay, answers my question.
Great. Well, that's good.
We should have went home at 8.
Yeah. The Department of Ambiguity will be having a hearing on this.
So the issue failed.
Yep.
Theoretically.
Apparently.
Miss Mayday, is there any chance that we can fly right through item F?
Sure.
Give us the Reader's Digest version. We have gone through our strategic plan about 30 times now as a council, so.
Call for the question.
Call
on
for the
item
question.
F. We have
What's that?
beat this thing to death.
Yeah. We did.
Let's vote on it.
We did, what, 3 meetings and
At
one
least.
study session?
I have a lovely PowerPoint if you'd like to see it. If not,
No, it's available on request. All
Right.
How do we table?
Good. Call for the question, sir?
Motion to approve the strategic plan for 2014.
Second?
Second.
In 2 seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And we are now up to, since we don't have an executive session, we are up to item 10. Who wants to adjourn? I do. Oh, I move we adjourn.
I second it.
All opposed, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, motion